Hey, somebody likes us.
All right. Stuff and things. What's going on, guys? What's going on, guys? Like I'm always too loud. Do I just have that voice that's always too loud? Am I that guy?
Not a loud voice.
Am I that guy?
That's why Bella barks at you sometimes. She doesn't like loud noises.
She doesn't like loud noises. The dog will literally, hey, Big Roz. A 2-strong drink is better than a 2-weak drink unless you're streaming.
Did you see what I said before that, though? I said don't be a baby.
All day, every day.
I just got called a baby.
Man
Like,
up.
This woman here just called me a baby, Kenny.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I kind of just stealth put you guys in on the stream.
What?
Hey guys, I don't know if you know what today is, but today's Freestyle Friday.
Is today like the literal best of all days?
The literal best.
Literal best of all
Literally.
days.
And it's literally the literal best of all days.
Literally the literal best.
Because it's not just Friday, which is my normal YouTube studio drop. It's not just Friday where I put my new video up on Patreon, but it's also Friday where me and Slow Fuse get together and we do our cross-pollination circular beatdown session of tutorials where we take a step back and we do something crazy just for you guys.
It's like a kind of a otherworldly butt touching hobby experience.
There's nothing otherworldly about this butt touch.
Man, we are about to have so much fun. I've been watching you all afternoon. You've been blowing it away, teaching people the secret technique of blue and yellow and purple.
We did a lot of fun things today.
Like what is there left for me to do? I don't think
there is something left for you guys to do. I didn't touch on at all today. Freehanding.
Some freestyle painting on Freestyle Friday, as it were. That's what we got coming up. We've got a little surprise for everybody. We've got kind of got it framed on screen right now, but we're waiting. We're not going to bust it out all quick. We're going to wait. We're going to let everybody get settled in. Get your adult beverages. Get your waters. Get maybe a glass of milk if that's how you roll. Some cookies if it's late. You know, some breakfast if it's early. Get everything situated in your little safe spot, your comfy chair, your favorite place, because we're going to get down to business and get serious in a minute. Oh, wow.
Right, so let me explain to everyone what's about to happen, because there has been some confusion the last couple of raids. So, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to host some slow fuse. And that is a big deal. That means anyone who comes on my channel in the next, 3, 4, 5 hours is going to see that he's live. But your guys' job is to wait for me to host him. Then, once we're hosted, click over to Slow Fuse's channel, because if you stay here to watch it, anything you say in chat, he's not going to hear it. He's not going to see it. They won't be able to interact with you.
Not a damn thing.
Wait for the host to come through. Go to Slow Fuse. Bombard this fool with as many yo dogs, because he's a yo dog friendly channel.
We are definitely a yo dog friendly channel. We accept with open arms and big bear hugs all the ices you can give us. All the ices. Although, Kenny, I have to admit, like, now that we're on this whole partner thing, it's like we're gonna have to come up with kind of a counterbalancing emote for you guys. So I'm gonna let chat talk about that tonight, so we can have some, not anti, but just some counterbalance for those big guns that get dropped in.
I couldn't agree more. We need
Kind
to
of like
collaborate.
Team Jen, Team Jason.
Oh God! Of course she wants a Team Jen.
Kind of like that.
Of course she
right?
wants a Team Jen. Of course she does. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the host, Kenny.
No worries, brother.
We're sitting here having some drinks. Jen tried to kill me. She put way too much of the nasty clear elixir in my drink, and then I got called a baby. I got told to man up. Can you believe that crap? I just don't even understand it.
I think somebody just donated to my stream after I went off air, and now everyone on your stream is hearing the epic Zangief gif. I definitely might have slipped that one in on somebody. Definitely big shout out to my man Hairdo, and I'm pretty sure Hairdo is now on your stream.
Nice. Yes, Mathis, this is a damn sexy Contemptor Dreadnought. And I know that Fridays generally are not like the time where we go back and we work on like commission stuff, all the stuff we do during the week. It's like a day for us to revel in some new stuff, some tutorial stuff, some step out of our comfort zone stuff, some how can we give you guys that little bit of extra gray matter burst that lets you, extend your hobby knowledge that much further. So that going into your weekend, you can be all pumped. You can be like, yeah, damn it, we spent Friday with Kenny and Jason, and now I'm going to do it. So
have you showed anyone this ridiculous banner on Facebook yet?
Are you watching? Like, I've got it all zoomed in. It's tantalizing here.
I'm watching you on some ridiculous delay right now.
I'm taunting them with the whole spiel here, because like, so what you see in front of you, yeah, it's a commission piece. Slag Zombie, thank you so much for the follow. So this is our commission piece, and you're like, well, Fuse, you said on Fridays we're not going to work on commission stuff. Well, what if I told you that this isn't just a commission piece, but I've got a little surprise in store, not only for the owner of said piece, Mr. Mathis, who already said that he'd be happy to own something like this, but how about for everybody else? What if I told you tonight we're going to work on this beast?
Yay.
If I told you that in the world of 30K, 40K, it is not proper to allow any piece of holy relic dreadnought armor to just waltz into battle without a splendid banner.
I need to stop you. Are you kidding me right now? This banner is the most preposterous pink-chained banner in the history of 30K I've ever seen.
How are we feeling now, Mathis? How are you feeling
mind
now?
blown. He says mind blown.
Mind blown.
Yeah. Killing Time painting had a little bit of a different reaction.
We need a paper towel on aisle 4. Clean up on aisle 4 for Killing Time painting.
This banner is simply epic.
So we have we threw this little ditty together, a little bit of customization, a little bit of fantastic stuff going on here. So let's get this camera rolling here when we want it. And let's take a step back real quick, and then a little zoom in. Happy fun time here. So we threw this little ditty together because I am a firm believer that all dreadnoughts, being the holy relics of their chapter that they are, should always be toting amazing relics into battle with them. So we whipped this little puppy up. It is a concoction all my own. It's got bits from all sorts of crazy corners of the 30K, 40K world.
Hey,
And
somebody likes us.
Cole Sandar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So, and as you can see, we've already taken the liberty to do all the base coating, all the highlighting. So I've got all of my purples are done, bases. I've got all the golds and silvers on and washed with our special wash for this this set of minis, as well as the little badge and the leather doohickey strap that I got made up to match all of the other leather doohickey straps in this crazy army. So we've done a lot of the work, and you're like, well, Fuse, if you've already done the work, well, what's left to do? Well, Kenny mentioned freehanding, and so what we're going to do tonight, for those of you that might have had to have had that cleanup on aisle 4, Chester, thank you so much for the follow. We're going to do this. Just, just to push it a little further, because I'm never happy with, one butt cheek in. We're going to put both butt cheeks in, and we're going to put this on this. What do you guys think? Think we can do it?
Oh, shit.
Think we can do it?
I've got 2 kinds of wet in my pants.
Think you can do it? So, Chef, thank you so much coming in clutch with the host. Big Sue, part of the Blue Network.
This is too much.
The lost relish of malaria. Let's not do that, Shogun. That doesn't even sound good. That doesn't even sound good. So this is what we're doing. This is what's going to go down. We're going to do, we're going to do a little filigree, little finials, little skulls, little wreath, little eagle, little 3rd Legion numbers on there, some gold, some white, some purples, some gold, and, the whole deal. So this is what we got going for you tonight. I'm going to show you some of the easy tech to putting geometric shapes down, freehanding, basically being able to feel a little more comfortable laying down a design that, isn't already embellished on plastic, so that you can do shoulder pads, you can do whatever you want to do. Make your own banners. This banner was made simply out of plastic card, just very thin plastic card and a hairdryer. A pink hairdryer, believe it or not. So we used a pink hairdryer to heat this bastard up, get it all bent to our specifications. And that's what tonight's all about. We got it magnetized in the big boy here. Got a magnet shoved in the end of that thing. So we'll put him off to the side, and this is what we're going to be working on tonight.
The naked puzzle basement?
The naked puzzle basement. That sounds like a party in and of itself.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the follow.
That's my man right there. That's
I think that would be a place I would maybe enjoy.
I think Naked Puzzle Basement is a better place to be hanging out right now.
Yeah.
And as cool as banners and freehanding are, I think you might have just stolen the show. What's the address?
I love puzzles.
We'll just
You need to ask,
I love puzzles.
before you get super into his name, you need to ask him why he picked that name, because what other name was already taken.
There was another.
Okay.
There was another name that was already taken.
It's even better. Than
All right, Naked Puzzle
All right,
Basement,
Naked,
you gotta
the
tell us.
gauntlet is thrown. You have to come forth with the good story here.
Why did
have
you pick
to
the
do it.
name? What name were you trying to get that was
You
already
have to
taken?
tell. You have to. I'm gonna take a sip of
If
the
it was
clear
if it
elixir.
was the name that he wanted was Ollie to Booger.
Oh, he's a booger. That was a good.
That was a great one.
That was good.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna jump in the chat. I can't wait to see what you do on this banner.
Kenny, you are the man as always. Thank you so much. Great stream that you had today. We are going to carry the ball forward and hopefully get some neat stuff laid down here. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, brother.
Later, Kenny.
Later, Jen.
Let's do it. Yeah. So pretty simple banner. We want to get down to Lady Breadstar, what's going on? Hairdo, what's going on? John Bingham, what's going on? Killing Time, Ironhead, Macro,
Hey.
Macbeth, Sous Chef, Shogun, Oakley, everybody else. Good
Hello,
God, I could go
friend.
down this entire 100-person list right now, and we wouldn't actually have to do any painting. Thank you guys so much for joining in. For everybody that was tuned in over on Kenny's channel, thank you so much for choosing to spend your Friday here with the Blue Team. Kenny and I do this back-to-back thing on Fridays and on Tuesdays, so we give you just enough recuperation time over Saturday, Sunday, Monday to then be able to breathe normally again, and then we rock you on Tuesdays. And on Tuesdays, I come in first at 1 p.m. Pacific, and then I pass the torch off to Kenny at 5. Kenny runs on into 8 into the night with Michael Cho and Sous Chef following up after him. Tonight we'll be going until we pass it off to sous chef. So continual hobby entertainment is the goal, and we hope to deliver. It's going to be entertaining one way or another, because either we're going to have an amazing banner to show you as we go through and freehand this bastard, or we're going to mess everything up and you guys are going to have a great time laughing at me. So either way, it's entertaining for you guys. I might have to do the walk of shame, but we'll see what happens. Death by Death Nut, what's going on? Crazier, what's going on? Sin for Game, hey! What's happening, girl? Jester, what's going on? Thank you so much. Yeah, this purple is a good concoction. Nothing really, Drago found the sub button.
Drago!
You guys might realize a new thing on the channel. I told you earlier in the week that last week we got partnered with Twitch. Thank you guys so much for making that a reality. It's all because of you guys. It took a little work with them to get all the paperwork shuffled around and figured out, but now the sub button is down below us. That sub button will have emotes attached to it. We just got everything worked out today, so we'll be pushing those emotes forward. And all those goodies will be forthcoming on the channel in the next week or so. I assume they'll, take care of our emotes starting on Monday, so we'll see. We'll see. But it's going to give us some neat stuff. You will earn the same amount of Slowbucks for a sub on the Twitch as you did on GameWist. You still have the option on GameWist to do the Tier 2 sub that gives you more Slowbucks, but you won't get the emoticons on GameWist. So we're probably, I don't know how we're going to work the GameWist thing. We'll figure it out. Maybe everybody that subbed on GameWist, maybe we'll go ahead and push you onto Twitch somehow. We'll figure it out. Naked Puzzle Basement. Uncle Touchy's Naked Puzzle Basement that was not taken. That was taken? That name was taken.
Uncle Touchy's Naked Puzzle Basement.
This is an amazing Saturday morning television show, if nothing else, and I think we need to talk and get some producers involved, because Uncle Touchy's Naked Puzzle Basement would be a great learning experience for all ages. For all ages. I'm there.
It could also be like a late night Skinamax variety show, which I think would be really fun.
It could.
Like a little game show.
A Skinamax variety show. It could be. Double Deuce, thank you so much for the follow.
Double Deuce.
All right, gang, well, we're going to jump right into it. So for those of you that are just joining us for the first time, we have been working on this Emperor's Children commission for one of our viewers for quite some time, and it's turned out phenomenal. We've really enjoyed it. I think everybody has learned a lot. We've been able to utilize the models for quite a bit of tutorial work. But I'm a big fan of Dreadnoughts having a lot of embellishments, a lot of heraldry, things like that, because there's such imposing models on the battlefield anyway. And I'm really, really one of those guys that gets into the 40k lore and the big blustering horns and the banners. Every time you read about Space Marines, there's always one guy in the unit that gets the heraldry for that unit. So they stick the flag between his shoulders every time they go off to battle. So we didn't have a banner for this yet. So that's what I'm talking about. We made this banner today. It is plasticard and plastic tube, all handmade by me, and then various bits and unsundry things. If you guys are interested, these are the missile launchers for that Centurion that we've been building. So the missile launcher chest missiles that we didn't use, I cut those up and sculpted them in there so that they were just kind of spikes on the end. I don't remember where these spikes came from. I think some chaos bits, the spikes across the top. The Aquila on top is from Blood Angel sprue. It's got a little bitty Emperor's Children logo on it. And then we've got a shield from something. I don't know what the hell that's from. A piece of leather that I don't know what it's from. A custom bent sprue. Little ring on there holding the shield on that I made. But, it's actually pretty simple. It's just a bunch of bits glued together. And then the banner heated with Kriegs coming in strong with a sub. Thank you, boy. Thank you, sir. Emotes will be forthcoming. You know how this goes. We get the sub button, and then sometime later they either approve our emotes or don't. We got to make sure we send in the PG-rated ones, I guess. So we got to figure out what the emotes are going to be, too. So all in all, it's a fairly simple banner. I magnetized it, so it's got a magnet in the base, and then we drilled a big hole in Mathis' Contemptor Dreadnought without asking him. That's probably the scariest part of this whole thing. But it's got a magnet down in there, so it's really neat. Fits in there really good, and is going to be amazing on the battlefield, even more so than it was originally, I think, as such. But now we got to put something on it. We can't just let it go bare, naked, purple into the night. So this is what we're going to be painting, and the whole goal here is to teach you guys how you can go about getting prepped to do some really cool freehand on your models, whether it's something big like a banner or small like a shoulder pad on a Marine. It's all essentially the same technique that you use in order to put paint on the model and not have to worry about messing up your base coats, things like that. Obviously, that's why I stressed going in and doing the base coating initially on the banner, and so we could have a very nice purple base to start from. This is all the same purples that we did on the metals, except I mixed up a different highlight color because it's fabric as opposed to metallic. So you'll notice that if you look at the gun and the purples on his armor, there's nothing that gets quite as bright as we went on the banner itself. And the reason for that is I'm going to do some threadbare stuff, some simple hash marking to show that the banner's been beat up. But we didn't want any bullet holes or anything in it. Again, we're not trying to look like super battle banner. But I'm stoked with it. I'm happy with how the banner turned out. Let's see if we can avoid messing it up too bad and actually paint on it. How about that? Push him over there.
And we will get to all your questions. Start reading some of them off to you.
Sure.
Well, Oakley asked if we're subscribed to Wisp, should we hold off on subscribing to the Twitch?
Oakley, for right now, if you've subscribed to the Game Wisp inside the last 30 days, hold off on subscribing to Twitch. I mean, you can, but you double dip. You've already subscribed. You can subscribe to Twitch too. You get the extra slow bucks for it. It's just spending more money on your end. You don't have to do that. If you're subscribed to Game Wisp, you can go in and cancel your Game Wisp subscription, and then when the next month renews, time to renew comes, you can sub to Twitch. There's nothing that prevents you from being subbed to both. You actually get the slow bucks for it, and subscribing to Twitch will give you access to the emotes, where subscribing to Game Wisp won't. So, it's confusing right now. We'll probably be taking the Game Wisp one and moving it away now that we have the Twitch sub button. We haven't really determined that. I need feedback from you guys. What you like and prefer. With Game Wisp, more of the donation money comes to the channel than with the Twitch sub, but you don't get the emotes. So it's kind of a give and take. If emotes are something that you really want to be able to play with, we'll have a bomb snail emote. I'm sure if she rings my neck, we'll have a hashtag Team Jen emote at some point in time. Things like that. So if you want to have access to all those and the emotes, kind of float your boat, then by all means subscribe via Twitch. If you're not concerned with all of that, but you still want your slow bucks, you can choose to subscribe through Game Wisp as well. So whatever makes sense for you guys.
I thought there were more, but that was the only one for now.
Yes, that is it. Kaluxthor, we are going to paint this. This is actually just a scaled up version of the banner, and I didn't cut out the middle section. But that's what we're looking at here, is exactly what the graphic that we're going to put on the banner. All right, so we're going to do the Emperor's Children logo over the 3rd Legion symbol with the wreath, the laurel in white. All of the other stuff will be in gold with highlights. The purple background that we've already painted will show through in a lot of places, like between the numerics. And then we'll do the finials and the filigree kind of stuff along the edges as well. So what I've done is do all the base coating so that I can show you how to then by hand cut all this back in. We did all the base coating and a lot of it in airbrush. We're going to do all of this by hand. So all of this will wind up on this piece of plastic. That's
Yes,
Hey,
I agree.
somebody likes us.
Visible Dog, thank you so much for the
Visible
follow.
Dog.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for showing up and tuning in with us on your Friday.
The
We're going to have a blast.
The call is out for a Team Bella emote, so we'll have to
Team
get
Bella.
one for Bella.
We could have Bella's face.
Yeah.
We could have a Bella emote. That's
That
not a bad
Bella
thing.
emote. Bella.
What other questions did we have? Did I miss some?
No, I think that was it. I thought I saw another one, but I think it might have been the one you just answered, the emblem.
All right, cool.
We're good. Get to it.
All right, let's get. Damn, bossy pickles. All right, so first thing I need is a glove. The one time that I always say wear a glove is when you're doing this kind of work, because we're going to be handling the heck out of this banner, and we definitely do not need the same things. I've got two.
Yeah, maybe we'll give him an emote.
Who, me? That guy with paint.
paint.
I get a bomb snail emote. That's me. I'm that guy what paints.
Oh, and Shogoth, regarding your friend being over not wanting to watch us tonight, I say just keep us on mute in the background like you're watching football at church or something.
There's another one of these friend baits that doesn't want to watch paint dry?
They're friends. They're not real friends.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even understand what's going on. Let's before we get going, let's show off some of the other stuff for people that are new to the channel before we dig in. Here's some more of the Emperor's Children that we've been painting. This is Eidolon, First Lord Commander or whatever it is of the Emperor's Children. So we finished him up on stream this week. Last week, I guess. I think we did his head this week. There's Eidolon. Eidolon's cloak that nearly gave me a heart attack trying to paint all that white, but that turned out really nice. He looks really good.
Yay!
Get what?
Cho'Gath has his laptop and headphones.
Laptop and headphones. For
Nice.
those friends. Friends like that who needs enemies.
Just put one earbud in, or one.
This is
Side.
El Primarch Areno of the Emperor's Children, Fulgrim. So again, very angry, skinny jeans. Notice he's a hipster because he wears skinny jeans. But again, just some of the work that we've been doing here.
Long, luscious hair.
Long, luscious locks. Yeah, he has way too many products in his cabinet and his bathroom. This I can guarantee. That turned out fantastic. Really stoked on this whole army. The quality of these Forge World miniatures is amazing. We're also going to be doing Ferrus Manus for him as well. Yesterday we worked on some skin tone for a Kingdom Death miniature. I was able to... Death by Donut!
Hey!
Thank you so much, brother.
DVD!
Thank you. Did some flesh tones on this Kingdom Death miniature, did her hair, got her face all worked out on stream yesterday, the beads, some simple stuff. I haven't done any more work on her since yesterday, but that's going to be a really fun one to do. We did some airbrush tutorial for doing the cloak basing with an airbrush, catching the shade and the highlights, as well as then, of course, doing all of our flesh tone. I'm really going to enjoy doing that. We've got the commission for Dealer of Death, another one of our viewers that has 8 of those pinups. All right, let's go. How about that? I'm basically trying to waste time so I don't have to paint this banner because I'm all...
Those pinups are going to cause me to join a gym, I think.
The pinups are going to cause Jen to join a gym.
Yeah.
This is what she's saying. I said that too. Jen joins a gym. That's a tongue twister right there.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Considering there's too much vodka in your drink.
Joe Darkblade, you guys humble us. Thank you so much for the sub. Look at that support coming in. Thank you,
You guys are awesome.
The first day with a sub button, you guys are already blowing it up. Thank you guys.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Headed into the weekend the right way. Quaza, thank you so much. Also, guys, right above my head, you'll see Critical Mass. Critical Mass on this channel is our giveaway system. And what happens is as that ticker reaches the target number, it will trigger a giveaway. As you can see, tonight we may get there. It's $105 right now. Target is $150. As soon as we hit $150, it starts an auction. Everybody in the channel that has donated or wins slow bucks, which is our channel currency, gets to enter into the auction, and we give it away at the end of the auction time. So feel free to hang out for that. If we hit it tonight, then we start doing keyword raffles for giving away slow bucks in the chat. We'll probably do 2 or 3 of those to give away a handful of slow bucks, and then we'll trigger the auction. So should be good. It is for, if you look over to the right of that, it's for Infinity Operation Red Veil 2-player starter box this time around, which is awesome. Some Hak Islam and Yu Jing miniatures, a full 2-player starter box for them. Anyway, you guys don't want to hear me talk. You want to see me speak.
Oakley!
Thank you, sir.
Woo!
Coming in clutch.
And
Thank
welcome,
you.
Miyako 111.
What's that?
Miyako 111. Followed. Miyako. Right?
Where am I seeing
Seen
this?
that right? Underneath Quaza 9875.
Oh! Thank you so much for the follow.
You'll learn quickly, those of you who are just joining in, that we have a hard time pronouncing names.
D. Kreisberg, what's going on? Was it a follow?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I missed it. Alright, so we are going to start with some black. And you say, why black? There's not going to be any black on this thing at all. No, there isn't. But what you want to do is anytime that you are going in to paint any style of freehand, you want to make sure that even if it's on fabric or if it's on a metal shoulder plate, that you're following the same basic color principles that you've done on the rest of the model. For all of our gold, well, like these golds up here, all of our gold on these models has been done over black. And our recipe for gold here has been black base coat. Fleetwood 619, thank you so much for the sub.
Thank
Welcome to the snails.
you.
Much appreciated. And guys, this is day 1 with a sub button, so there are no emotes yet. We will have emotes next week. Let's cross our fingers. Twitch has to do the old approve the emotes thing, but hang in there with us. We will have emotes next week. I'll get on it over the weekend for sure. But thank you so much for the support, guys. So our gold recipe here is that we're just using Model Air Gold here. So Model Air Gold over black, and then we come back and we wash the gold with a Reichland Flesh Shade Gloss. You saw Kenny using Reichland Flesh Shade Gloss over his yellows today. It's a great way to bring kind of a reddish brown tint into anything you want. I love it on golds because it makes them look pretty dirty. And one of the things that we're doing with these, this particular army is we're not doing a lot of battle damage, but we're giving it that aged look through all of the golds. The metallics are very muted instead of like super bright and shiny, as you can see. And these haven't gone through a highlight pass yet. I'll do the highlighting once we get all the banners finished. But you want to make sure that whatever I've done for the metallics on all of the rest of the model, that you also do on the banner. And since we start with a black base coat, we're going to start with black trim to go ahead and block in all of our details here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start by blocking in the outside border. All of this outside border will be gold with all of the whatever swooshy bits, finials and things like this that we'll do on them. So we're going to go ahead and block all of these shapes in around the outside. John Bingham, the man, poop my britches with delight. Thank you so much, man.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
You guys are killing it. Killing it. All right, got a sub train going on here on night 1. Digging it. Alright, so we're just going to freehand this. We're going to have to kind of pick a thickness, and I'm probably going to just guesstimate, so we'll work on it as we go. But the first thing is to just start laying in some black along the edge here. Then we'll come in and adjust the thickness once I get the edging color. It also gives you a way to create contrast on the model as you go through and do the edging. You guys can see it doing. And by that I mean that if I wanted to leave a little bit of the black between the gold that we put on there and the purple, then I can. And it will give that a little contrast. Know how on the on most of what we've done with these models, we've gone back and pin washed all of our gold. So it's going to be kind of hard for you guys to see next to my black glove because I'm painting it black, but you get the And obviously the scariest thing when doing this is worrying about how to not mess up all the work you've already done. Because this airbrushing of purple that we put on here is very important to not mess up. You know, there's no way to come back and really fix it without going through and hand painting all of the purple, which we don't want to do. Right? Now I tried not to go super aggressive on my bins on this banner because I knew I was going to be painting a lot of high detailed stuff on it, but I still wanted it to flow. I wanted to give the model a lot of motion. So it does have quite a bit of folds and things like that. So I'm just going straight black and paint my border.
Belana, he did draw it out on paper first, and he saw that. Yes, Belana asked for you drawing on it.
No drawing it on with pencil. No, I don't draw on the model with pencil. I draw it out on paper. This is our card. This is our cheat sheet right here. Are there times when I would draw it out? Maybe. I find that it's easier for me to kind of work from paper and then size it on here, and I'll show you how I do that because it's all about laying down geometrics first. I'm going to do my border so I know what area I have to work with on the banner because the border, of course, shrinks our usable area. So that's why we go and cut in the border first, and all the details on that border will give us a guideline. They'll give us kind of our north, south, east, west to work with everything else. And then we'll go in and I'll show you how to pick your shapes and build up from there so that you can kind of locate and put all your shapes in a rough form on there using black. And then you're going to go back and paint over that black with all of the fine details.
And the banner again was just made with plastic card.
Plastic card.
Blew a hairdryer on to melt it manipulated.
Yep, all it is a flat piece of plastic card that I obviously cut the shape and then took stole one of Jen's hair dryers and heated it up one stage at a time. I would have liked to have done a tutorial on making the banner. The problem is then I don't think we would have had enough time to go through all of the base coating with the airbrush and all of this to get us where we are. Dathar, thank you so much for the
Thanks,
sub.
Dathar.
Coming in hot. Thank you so much. But I will definitely, if it's of interest to you guys, maybe next week we can do a tutorial on how to actually make the banner itself. I would love to do that for you guys, so if that's of interest, just let me know. I have no problem at all adding that to the list of things that we can do as content. But yeah, it's just plastic card and then melted. Well, heating it without melting it is the key.
Moon Fever, no song requests tonight. Sorry.
No song requests on Friday. And the reason for that is simply because Twitch will mute the VOD of it if we do song request. And because of these tutorials, I prefer to make sure that people can come back and listen to what we're doing as we're talking. So that's the only reason we don't do music on Fridays. We would
but it
love
will
to.
Be back next week. More songs.
Yeah, we would love to. But every other day of the week has song requests. So again, the only key here is just to keep a steady hand. Try to keep your line width very similar. If you get dips like right here, just come back. Because it's fabric on this one, you don't have to be 100% exact with like right angles and stuff, because you can imagine this thing over the centuries of seeing combat has been, fixed and patched by the brothers in arms that have wielded the banner itself. So, you don't have to be 100%. You can have a little bit of slop in it, but not too much. You want to make it look like it at least started as an exact.
Looking like a yes on the banner tutorial.
All right.
Or even just how to manipulate plastic card in general.
Okay, yeah, Lady Brinstar, that would probably be what we would do, is to just take plastic card and kind of work into it a lot of different ways to make, because obviously on this one, I made the banner pole as well. So that's an easy one in thought process, but you have to chamfer this end of the pole to get them to sit together right. So you can see how I've gone in and actually, like with a pipe joiner, I've gone in with my knife and cut a curve in there so they sit together. It's not just pipe on pipe. It actually looks like a welded pipe was the look I was going for. So yeah, we can do a lot of stuff with plastic art.
Stuffnet says green stuff or general construction tutorial night.
Okay, yeah. Green stuff is always a good one too. Epoxy sculpting green stuff. Some conversion tips. You can do all that. I am also a sculptor.
Gradesburg is asking if any company makes Mass Effect miniatures.
I do not believe so. They may make like toy soldier, like not gaming stuff, but like collectibles. I think I've seen collectibles. And I'm glad I saw somebody refer to the Mass Effect music and they enjoyed it, so that's good. I like it. It's a really good background music track. I really enjoyed listening to it.
I think this is cathartic for him.
What's that?
Moon Fever said he's fascinated at how less grumpy you are streaming your creativity than playing World of Tanks.
Isn't it amazing? I say that all the time, Moon Fever. I'm always like, oh man. I remember the days when I said son of a bitch, mother effer every 5 minutes.
I used to hear him yelling and getting really, really upset.
I would come in and talk to her and I'd be like, why do I do this? I love the people I stream for. I love the people that come in the channel and watch me, but at the end of the night, I'm not happy that I stream. And that's not a good way to be. It just isn't a good way to be. It's like going to work, and you love your coworkers, but you hate your job.
Yeah.
It sucks.
I can relate
I
to
know.
that.
I know. Jen has that problem right now. Tightening up some of these lines, make sure the thickness is right.
That's a good point, Brinstar. She said painting is done on many channels, but more specific material manipulation for the minis, not so much. So that'll be good.
Yeah.
Okay, now for that. Hi. What do you need? Are you wanting to say hi to your fans and your friends?
Uh-oh. Pooch time.
So pooch time early. She's coming in saying hello. Hi, Bella.
They say hi, Bella.
Can't move this in. There you go. Hi. Hi. Look at this girl.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just
Victor
throw back
Scale
my legs
Studio.
and flaunt my breeches with delight.
Richter! Thank you so much for the sub, Richter. The outcry, the outpouring of support is amazing. Thank you guys so much. Killing it.
Alright.
On our first day with our new sub button. We feel like home, guys. Thank you so much. Alright, so again, I'm basically, what I did is I picked a brush that I knew I would pull a line, and that's kind of what I wanted this-wise. So if you're doing these borders, sometimes it's better to do that. Is to just kind of, rather than maybe the brush you always use, pick a brush that you know is going to give you the line thickness that you want, so you don't have to kind of go back over a line.
That's awesome, Moonfever. Moonfever said, I'm super happy you found a happier niche. How do you say that word? You've inspired me to break out paints again.
Nice!
Love it!
That's freaking what we're here for. That's what I love hearing more than almost anything. Yeah. You know, I love that everybody hangs out with us, and every time somebody comes in and says, you know what? Because there are so many of us, right? There are so many of us that at one point in time in our lives or another played Warhammer, did something.
Hairdo!
Coming in tight. Thank you so much, man. Hairdo made me cry earlier. said that he wasn't ever going to pick songs again because you and I made fun of his metal song.
No way!
Said he had some slow metal song he selected last night and we did make fun of it, so I didn't argue with it.
What metal song was it that we made?
The one where everybody was like, well, I've never fallen asleep.
Oh. I didn't say any. I don't think we said anything bad about it.
I might have said one or two things. I don't remember. No, but I think that, we all know a guy or have been the guy or girl that we've walked away from the hobby for a while, and if there's one thing that I enjoy, it's that if you can see me having fun at it, you can think to yourself, wow, I might want to do this again. Because it's so great. This hobby is so amazing. Literally so amazing. Even if you never play the games. I tell that to people and they're like, oh, for shame, why would you not play the games? And I'm like, I can think of about 100 reasons why not to play the game. But I cannot think of very many reasons why to avoid painting. I just love painting.
You're good at it.
Why, thank you, honey. This is why I keep you around.
Who won the... Oh, no, Nick won the songs last night.
Yep.
With his... Which one was that? The Mercury Poisoning Mad Hatter one?
I think so.
He was the Mad Hatter. Yeah.
No. He was second. Mad Hatter was second. The first one was... He was first place. It wasn't the Mad Hatter. I thought Mad Hatter was second.
Did you add the Slowbucks already?
Yeah.
Check your Slowbucks.
Yeah, your Slowbucks. The winner's got 2 Slowbucks. So.
I don't remember.
If you keep track of your Slowbucks, you'll know. But we
Anybody else? Does anyone remember who won? Yeah.
Alright, so, see, we're just laying out a line of...
Oh, the chocolate one.
Yeah,
the chocolate with the cocoa bean.
Yeah, it was the cocoa bean one.
The baby metal one.
Baby metal.
Oh my god, I can't believe baby metal one.
And poison chocolate. Freaking people have ruined chocolate. There's no chance of ruining chocolate. It's not something I really do.
Thank you guys. Yes.
For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, on Thursdays we do something around here called Theme Night. And every week on Wednesday's stream, we announce what the theme for Thursday is going to be. And what you do is you can only select music in the playlist that has to do with a theme. And last night's theme was metal, but not metal music, metal material, right? And so the goal to win, the challenge of the night, is to come up with the most obscure reference to metal in your song that you pick. And the most obscure one last night, that you guys vote on it at the end of the night, but we get to pick the ones that you vote on. And last night it was Baby Metal, that crazy Japanese girl band.
Which Moonfever says is his 8-year-old daughter's favorite band.
Oh, that's awesome. Baby Metal is...
It makes perfect sense.
It does make sense. Like, I think you have to kind of be 8 or in love with manga and anime in order to just even understand.
Welcome, Force, but you do have detention for being late.
Wheeler, what's going on, man? And hello, everybody that's jumping in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're painting a banner. We're beginning to paint a banner.
Well, he is painting a banner.
Well, okay. Actually, Jen's doing it. She's the one with these
Yes,
big,
that's
goofy,
my cool
tattooed
black
meat books.
glove. Uh-oh, that looks German.
What's that?
Collector.
Guten Abend. That means good evening.
Ah.
Good evening. Guten Abend.
Guten Tag.
That's good day.
Morgen.
Good morning. Guten Abend. Guten Nacht. Auf Wiedersehen. Bis später.
I did used to be a teacher, you know.
Moon Fever, what's my highest number of viewers? Just under 300. Like 289 or something like that. I don't remember. That actually dates back to World of Tanks, though.
Oh, wow.
Not with our creators.
Alex, he speaks German a little, I think.
Not
right?
not
You
much
took it-
anymore.
You took it in high school.
Yeah, not much anymore. It was that language that I took in high school because I was very interested in it. And then as you grow in America, you realize how useless here it is unless you're in a
Yeah.
specific business with it. And then when I finally, through my business travels, wound up in Germany quite a bit, it was very funny. The way that I would talk to the people I was training, I did trainings worldwide. And Germany was one of the few places where I didn't need a translator, right? Because they all understood English but might not speak it very well. And I understood German, but I didn't speak it very well. So I'd speak English and they'd speak German, and we got along pretty well. It worked amazingly well. I was surprised.
Aren't there a lot of different dialects or something where... Because I know that they speak German in
German?
parts of Switzerland, but it's Swiss German. It's
well,
different
no,
type. of German.
they're all Germanic languages, but they don't necessarily speak base German. No, only Germany, and all of them have different takes on it. Like even when you go to like Copenhagen, you go to Denmark, it's a Germanic language, but it has a lot of they have a lot more finesse to their language, I guess.
Mhm.
It rolls off the tongue a little differently, and I can't understand any of it. Every now and then a word will come across that you can. But yeah. Think about what I wanted to do with these straps that hold it to the post. What do you think? Should we do... I'm under the trouble to paint them purple. Should we maybe... I don't think I want to go all the way around them with gold, but maybe just these corners.
Oh, well, it's exciting, though, and awesome that you're back into the hobby, Red Weaver. Red Weaver
yeah.
said, I used to paint minis well over a decade ago. Started watching streams and videos and got bit by the bug again, so I dug out all my old supplies, but they were dry pucks and stuff in the bottom of the jars, and the brushes had bent bristles from how they had sat. So now it all has to be replaced.
We have all been there. I've been there. Everybody here can commiserate. This is one of those, we need an AA group for this. Painters Anonymous, right? Because it's like, hi, my name's Jason. Hi, Jason. And I'm getting back into the hobby after X amount of years, but all my paints were dry. It's happened to the best of us. Trust me. I've got a whole box in the kitchen of dried out GW paints from yesteryear. But welcome back to the hobby. Glad to have you. Again, love to hear it. Nothing better than people getting back in, right? And I think that the older you get, we all have a reason when we're younger for leaving the hobby. You got job, wife, kid, all the things that crop up in life. And so it's hard to manage the hobby in amongst that because it does take a lot of time, right? It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money to enjoy it to the fullest for a lot of people. And then, you kind of walk away. But I think what's really good is that it's very easy to get back into. It's not like knowledge that you just kind of lose. It's like riding a bike. It just kind of gets shoved into the back of your brain someplace, and then you can break it out later on. And you can come back into it now. And I think at an older age, you tend, whatever that means for you, you tend to be able to stay in it now. It becomes something that can become a lifelong passion for you again. And I'm just happy to be able to kind of kickstart that for some people. I think that's great. I don't know that everybody that's just coming back in is going to get a lot out of my banner.
Could be inspiration.
Yeah, that's all we're trying to do.
Yeah.
All we're trying to do. I'm just cutting in this border still. I want to make sure that I get all of my areas that I want gold filled in here. I didn't really plan this out very well as far as these straps that go across the bar, so bear with me for a second while I get in here. If I go off screen real quick, I apologize.
Nord MN, who I'm assuming might be from Minnesota, is said I just started painting 30k Iron Warriors.
Nice. Not long and hard. I'm gonna do an army for myself. I know.
Someday.
Stop the presses. Someday. As a full-time commission painter, we don't get a lot of time to paint for ourselves. I'm very jealous of Kenny. Kenny is painting his own works right now, and I don't know how he's doing it.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how he's doing it.
He must not sleep.
Yeah, I don't think he sleeps. I know he's on Facebook till like 3 in the morning,
Oh my gosh.
but he doesn't wake up. He has my old hours.
Oh yeah. Those were some crazy hours.
Like wake up at 11.
Yeah.
All right, so that's pretty cut in. I like that. Looks good. Our lines are pretty tight. All we wanted to do was give ourselves a border from which to work. Now we're going to have to go in and lay in some of the finials, these edge details, because again, what we're trying to do here is box in all of our basic shapes. Okay, so this is what we're creating for this little banner to go on this big guy, right? So as we're working, here, let me clean this real quick. Get the teacher's pencil. All right. God, this is the worst. Like, I don't know what happened to my pencil. It got the mark of Nurgle at some point in time, and now it just gets shit attached to it all. It's the worst pencil to hold. When you hold it,
Is
it's
it like
ew, what is that? It's like sticky.
rubbery melted?
You know what it feels
Yeah.
like? It feels like a Tootsie Roll. Have you ever pulled a Tootsie Roll out of the pack and like you hold it in your hand and it's a little bit sticky but not horrible, and it feels like it's almost squishy but not really because they're all hard. It's like a
sticky.
Tootsie Roll. It's awful.
Okay.
So the goal here is, first we went in and we did this border, right? Because the border is going to give the dimension this inside box that we have to work with. But then you want to look at your next step. What else affects the size of the box that we're painting our main graphic in? Well, these do, right? All of these corner pieces do, because they bring in like where I can go with the end feathers on the Emperor's Children logo here, right? So this logo is restricted on how far out it can go by this corner detail. So I need to paint that in right now. Same thing here at the bottom. So we're just going to go ahead and add in all these pieces. And by add in, I just mean cut them in with black. Like we just did. So that right now. Look at it. Clear answer.
Maybe it was a bad idea.
Cheers to everybody out there. Thank you so much for the support tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday.
Kenny runs on wild turkey, vape juice, and chaotic energy.
He does. He does. Yeah, look, he's right there. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. For those of you that might know, well, everybody knows Killing. Everybody knows freaking Kenny. Everybody does, right?
If you don't, he's the man, and you're missing out.
Kenny is the man, and you should go give him a follow. He's Next Level Painting. So if you're here watching me, you should be also following him, because he led you here, right? All right. So we're going to go ahead, and this is one of the hardest parts now, is starting to work my magic and finding the shapes. Oh, this is a wrong brush. I got to switch to a finer detail brush now.
How long does the paint take to dry out?
Pretty much dries instantly. In the bottle? Or what
that I'm
working
not
on?
sure. I don't know.
How long does paint take to dry out? The paint that I'm painting on here, or the paint in like a paint pot? It can take years in the pot, depending on the color, for sure. So I want to not be super aggressive on these corner pieces, because I don't want to take up too much of the space coming back in, but I do want to make them kind of interesting.
The paint you use now, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
the paint I'm
almost
using
it.
now dries pretty much instantaneously when we're putting it on as thin as we are. It's not wet for long enough to even worry about, really. All I'm doing is roughing these shapes in. And you want to use, if you're doing fine detail like this, you want to use pretty much, you know, a paintbrush that is going to give you work like a pencil. Why does my phone doesn't ever ring until like right now? This is probably somebody wanting to talk to me about the pregnancy. They've gotten off work on Friday.
Advertising your services on Craigslist again, huh?
Yes. It's the weekend. You told me I need to bring more money in.
The busy time!
Alright, so we get that little detail, and then on this little edge right here. Okay. You just work your shapes in. That gives us our kind of filigree detail that we wanted. Just a bit. Okay. And again, see, because it's cutting into the rest of the workspace that we have, this is why we want to add it now. Even though we're not going to paint it now. We're not going to paint the gold on any of this this border. It's a thought process. It's cutting in, I call it cutting in your details. You have to, if you're painting on a canvas, a lot of times you'll see people start with background before and leave in the foreground kind of a smudgy, you know, general geometric shape of whatever the foreground picture is. Maybe it's a horse or a dog or a person or whatever, but they'll work on that background because the background starts to set the constraints for the rest of the picture. And that's really what we're doing. This border counts as kind of a background, right? Because it sets the constraints that we have the ability to paint with it. So, and I'm not worried about the back right now. We are going to do the back eventually with a border, but for right now, since we're not doing any detail work in the middle, it's not important. And because I'm also holding it like this, we want to be able to not, you know, knock everything off. One important thing to note is I have matte varnished this entire piece prior to handling it to do this. So once I got done with all of my airbrush shading and highlighting that I've got on here, you can see all of my highlighting and things that we've done. I went in and threw a matte varnish on it in about 3 different coats through the airbrush so that I could get a little bit more protection for handling it. And I suggest you do that anytime that you're doing fine detail work. Go ahead and do yourself a favor, give yourself a matte varnish, and you know, let it set and dry for a good couple of hours before handling it and starting to do your detail.
Nora just asking if you use a palette or if you dab it right out of the pot.
I use that. I do use a palette. It's just a blister top from something big. And I felt very smart this week. Look, I cut out multiple layers of my palette paper and shoved them in there so I can just rip one out after the other and not have to worry about where my palette paper is. So yeah, I keep it off cam because I don't really do anything amazing with it. I'm right now I'm not using a wet palette, but I do use a wet palette. We used it last night when I was doing flesh tones on that Kingdom Death model that I showed you. So, you know, whenever you're doing something like subtle blends on flesh, right? You want to make sure that you're using a wet palette just because it's easier to keep all of your blends, all of your flesh tone blends. As you can see, I was doing all of my blends live on the palette, and just to make sure that you're, you know, keeping your paint wet, I suggest you use the palette. We live in Arizona, so you can see what happens to the wet palette after about an hour of not paying attention to it. It dries up instantaneously. But for stuff like this where we're not going to be doing any blending, I don't even worry about using a wet palette. It's not worth it. It might save you a little bit of paint in the long run, but it's not worth messing with. So that's it. And I'm just working with black right now.
Hey, Flip.
Flip ya.
Welcome back.
All right, now the thing is to kind of get these sort of symmetrical. Kind of, sort of symmetrical. Let's see if we can do this. You see I'm using kind of sketchy strokes. Don't worry if it's not exactly perfect. Remember, this isn't our final color. This is just the color that's, because this will all be gold. So we're not worried with it being 100% correct right now. We just want to get our shapes lined in so that we know our stroke.
I feel like one day we need to just freeze what we're doing and freak people out.
What?
So that I think they think that the stream froze, because we're getting a couple of stream froze messages. Someday we should just
this?
like.
Hey, somebody likes
Half
us.
of it's frozen, the other half's laughing.
Yeah, I'm over here. Super freeze frame. Wizard Elementaro, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the snail.
With Zaro Elementaro.
Alright,
Oh, I guess we'd have to start the music for that to work, huh?
so pretty good. Not exactly not exactly symmetrical. I got a little bit more aggressive on this one than this one, so I could go in and like work and fix a little bit of that if I wanted to right now, if it was really bugging me. Kinda is, so let's go do that.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Who that?
Wrench bender.
Wrench Bender. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. That's better. Alright. So now we've got our corner details lined in. So that gives us I mean, all of a sudden, you know, somebody was asking, why didn't I just draw this in with pencil? You can. The problem sometimes with pencil is having to go on so thick in order to cover it, and a lot of times I use real thin layering techniques, and I don't want to, like if I get to an edge of a line and I want it to be light, but I'm having to cover up that pencil, and the pencil's going to show through, then I'm forced to go in with a thicker paint there than I might want, so I kind of don't like to do pencil. I might occasionally, if I'm really trying to rough out a very hard shape, like if I were doing some weird, you know, 7-pointed star, I might go ahead and rough it in. Since we don't have any real complex shapes on this one, you know, I say that and then I bring it in and it's like, oh no, it's just a fucking eagle with some claws and a skull and some things, you know, but, it's not really beneficial for me to pencil it in. But what is beneficial, like we're cutting in right now, is this corner right here tells me where the tip of my wing is going to be. See, now I know that, because if you look here, the relationship between the tip of the Emperor's Children wing and this little part of the finial right here, or filigree, is pretty much right on point. So now I know where that goes, right? I know where I can paint and start blocking that in. So this sets up my cheat sheet, so to speak. Right? Go in and do the rest of these details. A Jason cutout. And just host. Oh, good. She's the entertainment.
I don't know what we would
anyway.
do. You could watch me color in a coloring book. We could do crossword puzzles together.
By the way, she's gonna paint this weekend. If she does good, we're gonna have her paint on stream. How about that? You guys need to, yeah, she's excited about painting this weekend. We've got a really good miniature for her to paint and everything. I think you guys are gonna enjoy it when it's done. Can we show them the miniature? Or want to be a surprise?
I think it should be a surprise.
Okay. It's gonna be a surprise for you guys.
Maybe they should guess.
If they could
There's
guess
like
what
a
the miniature they're
million
gonna paint
different
is.
kinds, right?
Like, what is
They'll
that?
never guess.
Hey, if you guess what miniature Jen is going to paint, we will give you $1 million. Because I don't think anybody will ever. I don't think you could do that.
Oh.
We haven't shown it on stream before, so I don't think they could guess.
No guesses? Okay.
Something legitimate. Don't trust her. She has too much to hide. It is not a Malifaux model.
Nope.
It is not a Malifaux model. All right. So we've got a little bit more than we want to kind of. We might as well just go ahead and do all these details since we're here doing it. So let's just move right along.
Not a Malifaux model because I want them to look really good. So I want him to do this.
It's a Malifaux army to be bitching. Her model's going to be pretty bitchy. I'm not worried at all about it. Starts getting some confidence today of taking on the model.
Chibi My Little Pony.
No, that would be cool.
Skills Ball.
Nope. So on something like this, where it's kind of like a plus sign shape, right? It's basically just, you know, cross members with the curves in a straight line. You notice how I just do very thin lines to mark out the shape, and then I'll just fill in the thickness on that and get the actual outline that I want.
LT, I don't know what those words mean, but it sounds like something that I would really like.
An old out of print OOP is out of print.
Okay.
Ralpartha, female barbarian from the 80s. Are you saying I'm old? Is this an old joke? Is this an old joke? Like I would have Ralpartha 80s miniatures?
It's retro.
I probably do, but
Vintage.
it's vintage. No, because if it's vintage, then it's hipsters.
Retro.
I have a fear of two things: cockroaches and hipsters.
One of the Sophie models from Reaper.
Never heard of it.
A Warlord Titan.
That would be a great start. We do have a Night Titan. We could start her off on a Night Titan. I could have just told her this is the easiest thing in the world to paint because it's so big.
Starter models that you were talking about earlier, the one that looks like Master Chief from Halo.
No. I'm excited. We got the Halo Ground Forces box set in for a commission. I'm excited to see what those models are like. I didn't know.
What kind of brush are you using?
I'm using a Vallejo fine detail brush that came in the 72 paint box set that I didn't know I owned. And this week I just kind of picked it up and I said, I wonder if that works. I've been painting with it ever since. These are not my normal brushes though. This is literally the Torre detail brush, the O2O detail brush that comes in the Vallejo suitcase paint kits that I buy. But I normally use the Games and Gears Masterclass brushes. These are the Lester Bursley signature ones. These are the ones that I use all the time. I've got a set of 3 of those. I haven't touched them all week. These Vallejo ones, I'm basically seeing how far I can push these Vallejo ones, and so far they're pretty pleasing. The tip is starting to hook on me, so you know they're not great, but they're not too shabby.
Whatever happened to Lester? Like Lester Holt?
Lester Bursley's still around. He posts on Facebook every once in a while.
Not Lester Holt.
Not Lester Holt.
Because the answer to that is he's right here.
Not Lester.
That guy you see on the news, that's Jason in a mask.
Blackface.
You don't need a blackface if you just have a mask on. Don't be offensive.
Alright, so there's those two on the corners, right? Those will also cut it in and give me a center point to find my skull, because I've got to pull this skull in between them, right? So that'll give me the spot for the skull. And then I really don't have to do these down here because they don't really alter the rest of the deal, but because we're working on it, we're going to go ahead. I love Lester. That's why I wanted to. I got the voice.
That's some of good voice. You have a good voice.
I feel like I have like a weird flower.
You have good. You do good like voices. Voice. He does a really good movie announcer voice, like from the movie previews.
They have, the problem with those voices is that they're very spontaneous. It's like weird shit is happening around, and then I'm like, I just bust out with them. Like, I don't even know it's coming.
He could be the announcer on American Ninja Warrior. that guy ever got sick, Jason could totally step in.
Only with the commercial break.
Somebody
I
likes
guess,
us.
I guess he doesn't have to do anything else. Ryder, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. I guess that guy doesn't really do much else. You know, they just sit there and talk about.
Just so quickly look at that and know that it was Ryder.
It's the right answer here, guys. It's the right answer. Can you help me? I feel like I'm in a trap.
Of course, he's wearing the gloves so he doesn't leave any fingerprint evidence.
Yes. I don't want anybody to know I had anything to do with it.
Oh, I think he said it's because since he's holding the banner a lot, he doesn't want to mess it up.
Yep.
That's
We've already done
in my
extensive. We've already done extensive work on this force, so you know I'm holding it on the back, but I've already done all of my transitional stuff, all of my highlight and shade and everything on the purple fabric is done. So I don't want to take any of the paint off. We had to do that obviously because you know we're painting the all the detail work over, and we want all that highlight to be in between the detail work. So I can't really afford to rub off a bunch of the paint because I don't have a good way to fix it once we've got the details on.
Yes, he's wearing the gloves because he wants it to look like a Dateline episode.
I'm comfortable.
John Bingham, the word filigree is a good sounding word. I feel fancy when I say it.
I feel like I know something that other people don't. Unfortunately, I don't think that's really how it works, but I keep telling myself
Like, you keep telling yourself what?
that I feel like I know something somebody else doesn't.
Oh,
Use
yeah.
words like filigree. Not true. It makes me feel better about it.
You know a lot of things that are...
I know where my car keys are, and nobody else knows that.
Well, I think I do. But they don't know.
That's right. They don't know where my car keys are. All right. So again, just pulled a straight line, crossed it, thickened it out. This one's gonna suck, by the way. Just telling you. Did it to myself, so I can't cry about it. This one's gonna suck. Because of the pinch fold that I did on the banner.
It's gonna suck to do it.
That pinch fold makes it one of the biggest things you have to remember when you're painting a banner is if you give it life, right? By folds and things. You don't just have like a flat banner. A lot of people will just do a flat paper banner and then you can kind of bend it and use white glue on it and it'll kind of keep its shape, but it never really looks alive. I prefer to do all my banners out of plastic card so that I can really give them motion, right? So I've got this one flowing up off the pole, swinging at different rates. The leather with the shield is flopping up off of it because of the stance that the dread is in, right? So that when we get it in there, right, he's swinging to the right, it gives it a much better feel and puts a lot of motion to the miniature that might not otherwise be there, right? If you have like a very stationary Space Marine, you can give yourself a lot of storytelling capability just by plopping a banner on it, but not if the banner just hangs flat. So with this motion, one of the biggest problems is when you do like pinch folds, like I've done here, right? Looks great on this one. But whenever you want to do a straight line, a big thing that I see a lot of people do is like you've got a piece of fabric that does this, right? And it has a fold in the middle of it. I'll see a lot of people, if they need to pull a straight line, they literally will just kind of pull this line like this, right? Because it's the easiest thing to do. Right? So if you just pull a straight line, but you can't, right? And you can't also just follow the curve. You've got to be able to come in with that line and start it in between. If it's centered between the edges of the fabric, pull it, right? And then when it hits this fold, you've got to kind of run with the fold, and sometimes it'll come up over the fold and then follow the fold and go back over the side of the fold and then wind up in the middle down here. So this, what was a straight line, because of the way you maneuvered the plastic, now has to be this wriggly thing. And it's not as easy as just following the surface of the plastic all the time. So I see a lot of banners that people paint, and it has a big fold in the middle of it, and the circle still looks like a circle. But it has this big overlapping fold in the center, and that's not the way things work. It would look like a circle with one end chopped off and shoved up, closer to it, maybe. So just be aware of that as you're placing your objects on the banner itself. So here, I've got to pick my height line, Looks to be right about here.
What is the pole made of?
Plastic card.
The pole is too?
Yeah. Well, not plastic card, just plastic.
Oh, just
tube.
plastic.
Plastic tubing. It was just a tube so that I could put a magnet in this. There's a magnet in this.
That's what I was going to ask. Okay, could you have painted it first and then heated it up and folded it? Would have been the paint. Oh,
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's one of the biggest bummers with painting banners. Is if you try to do that. See, I basically on this one, all I really had to do, it wasn't as hard as I thought, but you can see how my line has to do that dipsy doodle right there.
Dipsy
That's a
doodle.
word, dipsy doodle. So it does this kind of not very straight thing, so that it gives you more motion when you're looking at it, right? If you find the right angle and you catch all the folds just right, it'll get straight. Right? But when it's in there, it's not really a straight line. I didn't paint a straight line, but if we were to get the fabric lined up correctly, it would straighten itself for us just visually. But yeah, you can't paint it and then hit it with a hairdryer because you have to heat it to the point where it's almost ready to, I won't say liquefy, but melt, you know? And the paint would lose its adhesion prior to hitting that point. So that's the bummer of it. Otherwise, this would all be very, very easy, and we'd be done and drinking together already. I'm using quite a bit of water to thin this out as I'm going, just because I want to make sure that I'm not layering too much paint on in the beginning.
Lofi's Gaming Master Materialist.
Master.
This is
I'm cursed, as you guys know, as we've talked lots in the past about things like concrete, you know, the excitement of concrete when we're painting. I'm cursed with this need to understand why things act the way that they do. You know, my grandmother used to make fun of me. I grew up a lot with my grandmother and my great-grandmother. She used to make fun of me because I would take everything in the house apart to see how it worked when nobody was watching. I took apart like her alarm clock one day. She had one of those old alarm clocks that had the numbers that flipped, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So it actually had physical chitlets of numbers, and every so often you'd hear it, and it would flip a number down, a little plaque number. And I took that thing apart because I was like, how does that work? How does it know what time it is? And I got it back together. I also took apart her vacuum cleaner. That was probably the one that gave her the heart attack. Because back then, you know, vacuum cleaners for my grandmother wasn't exactly the thing that she was like wanting to buy again.
Which plastic card did you use for the banner textile?
Hang on just a second and I'll show you. Alright, so there we've got that one. Same kind of thickness. Virtually the same height. That might be a little off on my height. It's tough to tell because of the way I've got the bin, but I think they look pretty good. I'm okay with that. So there we've got all of our filigree done. Match what we're attempting to do here. Back on screen. I will show you the plastic card. I use the very thin stuff. It's like mil, maybe 3/4 mil thick plastic card on this one. Go back in here. Stuff is, I think it's like 3/4 of a mil thick. Yeah, to my naked eye, it looks like 3/4 of a mil thick, right? To give you an idea. Very thin, very flexible right out of the gates. You can, with this particular plastic card, you can go through and fatigue it enough to hold some shape if you wanted to. I mean, like I could, if this were the end of the banner, you can work it along the edge. I know we said we'll do this again on another tutorial, but when you're bending plastic card without heat, if it's thin enough, you can fatigue it. But you don't want to do it just in one spot. You don't want to just bend right like here and try to get a curve because it won't. Number one, it'll want to give you a fold like a knuckle fold like this, right? So what you want to do is kind of get it in the center and then work to the outside like this. And then it'll start to hold a shape for you. But until you heat it, it will all, like if you walk away overnight, even without putting anything on this, you'll come back in the morning and it will try to flatten itself out because it has a memory. Plastic, metals, anything that has, you know, a sheet surface like this will try to regain its memory of where all those particles were, and so they will try to get back to normal, and they'll always be fighting you unless you can glue it. So that's why we have to heat it, even though it's so thin that we could probably bend it. Plus, you can't do compound bends with this stuff and have it hold, so I can't bend like this and then also bend like this, like I did here. You know, this one has all sorts of ripple bends in it, plus it's got this pinch fold in it as well. So you'd never be able to do that without heat. But well, like I said, we'll build a banner next week maybe and do some plastic card stuff. Show you how to work with that.
So Forrest asked if you have any notes on how women work, and Hairdo had an awesome response.
What do you say? They're made of buttons. Push random ones until they get going. Push the wrong ones and you'll know. Push the right ones and you'll be rewarded.
Basically like Zelda. Collect gems to give to the princess.
Here's that too. Here's that too. Okay, so now we got to start looking. We have to follow kind of the same thought process as we go along here, and that process is here. Let's see if I can list. So we have to continue this process of sizing in or cutting in our graphic. So we've got our border done now, right? It gives us the kind of the corner to corner locations, because now we know that these pull in, these pull up, so we can't paint down as far or up as far as we would have. Side to side, we have the border as a guide that we already put in there. So we've got this thick border that we come in, you know, judging by our picture here. And we have to start looking at, okay, what of these elements that are left to paint kind of define the area the most and constrict it? And what do you guys think? Like, what would you think the next thing that I would lay down on the banner? Anybody got a good idea? There's no wrong answer. But there's one really right one.
I feel like
the skull
thing.
Yep.
The skull?
Oakley nailed it. The skull. And now you're learning, right? The skull. Why the skull? Because the skull, the skull. Mappa said the wingtip. The wingtip is a good place to start when you're working back this way, but it's actually one of the last things that we will do. Because what we're looking for right now are elements that define the space within which we can paint. And the skull is one of the defining ones, because it comes in and then it gives us our starting point for the wreath, right? And it touches the border as well. If we were to go in with the gold eagle here and we just painted the eagle or the wingtip and came down off of that, it would give us a good detail, and we have a good reference point to start it, but we don't really have a good reference point for ending it yet, right? I guess we might be able to come off of this finial here and say, okay, kind of right here on this corner we end the claw, but that's really stretching. What we want to do is start defining shapes that then other shapes glue to and then build up from there. And because we're not doing the real colors that we're going to be using, we're just laying down all this black as geometric shapes, we can paint in whatever order we want. And so right now what we want to do is lay in this skull, because the skull gives us a start for the wreath. The wreath helps us glue all the rest of the pieces together. See how the Roman numeral touches the wreath in 4 different places and is kind of a square inside the circle? So once we get the skull, we can do the circle. Once we get the circle, we can do the Roman numeral. And then once we have the Roman numeral laid down, we can start doing the eagle, because we have a point of reference, like Math has pointed out up here, that's very good, right next to this point. We can start with the wingtip, and then with the Roman numeral, we now know how to cut through the Roman numeral at like the midpoint right here for where the eagle hits it. Right? You guys may not be able to see that. There you go. So where the Roman numeral hits the eagle, we can start calling that, and we can start painting a line from this tip of this filigree down to the centerpiece here. And so you start to see how now you don't have to really draw this in with a pencil. It'll start guiding you along, but you have to choose to paint the right things in so that everything else glues itself in. If we just started with the Roman numeral, we might paint this thing too big, and then when we go to do the wreath touches the border, and all of a sudden things are all out of whack. So you got to kind of help yourself and guide along. But what it also means is that there really isn't any drawing that's too intricate. You can draw whatever you want to on here. You just have to start breaking all of the elements of the drawing down into constituent parts that you can start placing one by one to glue it together. And it's not the way I drew it. I didn't draw this skull first, right? I drew the banner and all this stuff, and then I did actually draw, I think, the Roman numeral and the outside here, and then erased and put the skull in because I was just kind of putting the elements on. But then I have to go back and break it all down and say, okay, what will I do first? It's kind of like doing stencil art. If you've ever seen anybody do stencil art, it's the same concept. You can't just lay any stencil down that you want, because not only will one color cover another color in maybe an improper manner, but you will lose track of where everything is supposed to be. So there's one anchor point, and then other things glue to that anchor point to give you the reference that you need. And that's what we're trying to develop here. And so our anchor points are starting to close in on the actual the final details. Right? Make sense? And we would do this the same if it were a shoulder pad on a Space Marine. We'd find out what are the things that limit our art space, borders, details around the edges, anything like that, background elements, and then you start working towards the center from there. So the skull is good. That's great. Good call.
Oh, hairdo. Neighborhood kids want to tour the basement? Are we going to see on the news in 10 years? Like,
neighborhood kids want a tour of the basement.
Escape from
well
basement.
Now, Hairdo. You going to be back? Take it easy. Thank you so much, Hairdo.
Have a good night.
If we don't see you again, have a great weekend, too. You losing your voice over there?
I think it's this room.
The room?
It makes my eyes water and my throat scratchy.
Whatever, dude. Alright, so skull. So for the skull, what we want to do is find the center point in between this line here. So I'm going to come in and, let's see, can I get this kind of back over my shoulder more so you guys can get more?
More effing skulls.
More effing skulls. Okay, and this might be one that would throw you off because you might think to just line it up with the pole. No. The pole used to be in the center until I bent the card all up. Alright, so let's come in and I'm going to just center. I'm just cutting this in by eye. You can, as detailed as you want to get, you can come in here and grab it. This is, inches or look at that. I'm dead center. I got an eye for this shit, I swear. Alright. Then off the skull, we want to bring the skull up, if we look here, and we start looking at our reference height for the skull. The skull off of the finials is probably about...
We don't see the skull.
Oh, sorry. Probably coming up off of these, maybe a little higher than halfway through the skull. So I'll take a look at these points that I have here, and I'll kind of draw a line of reference where they are, preferably with paint on the brush. The tops, right? Kind of gives me a line to work with. And then that's a little higher than halfway through the skull on my drawing, so I want to start my skull right about, alright, and pull it down to this point here. Funny that I start a skull with a cross. There you go. Alright? Now that we've got that, I can start pulling the skull shape. I want to just start roughing it in.
Is that a joke or a real question? Then what's a whack and how do you get out of one?
What's a what?
A whack. That's what I'm asking. Is this a joke or is it
W-H-A-C-K whack?
Yeah.
A pimpin' it emote? That might be a thing.
That could be fun.
It might be a thing. I wonder what that would look like. See, the problem with emotes is that you want to put a lot of detail in them, and you won't really let it. That's the problem. Alright, so we're just building up our shape. bones, skull. So I think that kind of does it. That looks good to me. Looks like we've got a good reference as far as like the width of skull. And again, you might come through, if you were really wanting to do this architecturally, you would come through and find that width of the skull that I drew and how far the distance is from here to here. And it looks like they're each a skull wide. So it's kind of like right in the dead center. And so here, what I've done, right, I got a skull, I could fit exactly one skull there and another skull there, so I feel good about it. Again, we're not detailed, there's no detail on the skull, we're just getting the quote-unquote rough shape, the geometric shape of a skull laid in there, because all we want is an anchor point for the next thing that we're going to draw. And the next thing that we're going to draw is the wreath. Okay, so we've got to figure out this wreath, and it hits the skull just at the halfway point, right? So it's right here at the eyes, just a little bit below the line that we had for these finials, right? So it basically is going to go right through the center point of the skull.
Just got it, Matt.
What's that?
The legit sub button.
No, Matt, we did just get it. It has been on the plate for about a week now, and there was just paperwork that had to be filled out. I mentioned it the other night, but we didn't have anything to really discuss other than let you guys know that it was coming. Alright, so what we want to do here is also start referencing where the top of this is going to go. So we have to look at what other items are relative to the top of this circle. And the way that I drew it was so that it would come to the bottom of these, right? If I draw a line right across here, that's where the whole thing comes up to. But there is nothing here, so we got to be careful. We can't paint a black line here, right, for this, because it technically, this doesn't exist as a detail on the drawing. Okay? But what it gives me is a good method for looking and eyeballing that the center point of this whole thing is going to be right about there, right? So I can get some paint on my brush. I can guesstimate that, okay, there's about my center point, and I want to come off to right about here. Drop a point. Same on the other side. Center point. Here. Drop a point. That's where my laurel wreath is going to end, is at those 2 points. Basically, I just came off the center, down a little bit, right, and put a point, and then now I know how to line my other point up straight across from that one at the same distance aside. Okay? Now, I do all this without measuring. You definitely could measure. And people that are asking, why didn't you do it with pencil? You definitely could do it with pencil. If you feel safer doing it with pencil, then by all means do it. I'm cheating a little bit because I've been doing this forever and just giving you good references. The nice thing is, because we just drop little dots, you can edit this to some extent, right? You're not going to paint over that black dot. So if you completely screw the pooch and put a dot like over here, then you got to think about, okay, what detail can I add, right? But I don't feel like you would, because you're looking at your picture and you know where you're going. Now, the next case is that halfway through the circle, what's our distance to the border here? And it's about a half a skull. See how that works? We have an anchor point, but we also have an anchor dimension, right? So we look over here and we say, wow, that's about half a skull width. So if I look at half a skull width and I come to where I want to be, right, then I can just drop a dot right in, well, the paint's dry. Anticlimactic. I put so little paint on my brush when I do this that I want to split the distance.
Can't really see it.
Oh, sorry. I'm too close.
Yeah, but
I want to split the, here, let's do it with, no. Split the distance here, halvesies, about a half a skull. Right. Right. Again, since the laurel's big enough, if you're off a little bit, you'll be able to fix it. Now, you can simply square up the banner to however you're looking at it. Right? I'm going to have to do it like this. You guys are going to just have to do it. And now I know my height and where my placement needs to be, and I can put a dot right Now I've got the edges of my circle, and I know that it then comes down to right here in the side of the skull. Okay, so I know how my circle is going to run. Now, if you wanted to, since we're painting with black here, you could definitely come over this with a pencil. Nothing to keep you from doing it, and sketch those things in. Right. Circles, it's always a good idea.
Definite. Ferrithus changed that command. I don't know what he changed it to.
So what?
Like the what does Jen do command?
He
Changed it yesterday.
Changed it to, what do you mean?
Something
Like,
different. It's like Jen's job today or something like that.
oh, he changed the name of the command?
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know what it is.
Hmm.
And then regarding the whack and how you get out of it, you had said at one point it gets out of whack.
Let's see. You guys see that on there? Kind of lightly. Hate putting a lot of lead on a model, right? But you can see I've just kind of come through very lightly and given myself some shape with a pencil. Anytime I'm doing a circle, it's always a good idea to kind of give yourself a rough in with the pencil. Even though I said I don't like using pencil for everything. Circles, kind of good. Alright, and then we're going to just draw that line. Brush now.
Cho'Gath said he only sees the game with the sub button.
You might need to refresh your stream. It might delete all your cookies or whatever. Maybe.
Hey, Butters. Welcome.
Butters?
Freehand artwork going on here tonight.
And again, you're not worried about this being exact, right? Because we have a lot of details that we got to put on it. So, just trying to get a general shape.
Hey, somebody likes us.
There you go.
Oceans
Now we've got it.
Of Infinity.
Oceans of Infinity, what's happening? Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so there we've got our rough shape. And we can, if you've got it, if you happen to get like too pointed at one of your points on the circle, or maybe this one's not as round as the other one, you can flesh that out as we go in and start thickening it out to actually be a wreath. Which is what we're going to do now. And the first thing to do here is that a wreath is kind of going to be thin at the top, thicker at the bottom. I'm just going to follow this line.
Oakley has to work in the morning.
So
He's taking off.
Dang
Thanks,
it, Oakley.
Oakley.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much. Grab one like that. I'm going to pull that thicker into the skull. Now, because I set my border width as my outside line, I want to work all of my detailing inside. Make sense? Because if I start growing outside, then I'll hit my border. Okay? So you always got to remember that. If I forget, if I treat this line that we drew first like a center line, then I'm going to thicken it up here, and I'm going to be like, oh, I don't have any more purple. And I lose that detailing on the purple, which I want to keep.
Welcome, Sketchy Mouse.
Sketchy Mouse. What's going on?
Jason is doing some freehand painting tonight.
A banner that we're doing as a cool, exciting add-on for Mathis that he didn't know was coming. We kind of hit him like a ton of bricks today. For all he's done for the channel. The fact that these are his models and no dreadnought is allowed to go into battle without a banner. That's just the way it works. Sorry.
We created this banner out of plastic.
And
Got
we
it
are
all
doing
painted
this.
up.
This is what we're
Put
going
an
to get
emblem
to.
on it tonight.
And it's for this guy, if you haven't ever seen. For this guy. Oh, no, I did not just do that, did I? Good God, Fuse. Are you kidding me? Drop the brush right on it. Is that going to be okay? That's not going to be okay. See if we can save. Rats.
Will you be painting something over that though?
No, there's not really anything right there. You might be able to save it. You might be able to save that. That's going to show some creativity on my part to have to fix that one. Sorry about that, guys.
Control Z undo.
Yeah, exactly.
Control Z.
Control Z.
Just the emblem bit, just like covering up a bad tattoo.
Damn, that was stupid. Brush slipped right out of my hand. Right out of my hand. I told you guys it would be entertaining one way or another. I'd either screw it up or we'd get it right. We're getting a lot right, but that wasn't right.
That stuff is weathering.
Well, that's the thing, is that we are going to be doing some threadbare stuff on here with some hatching. I think I got enough, we got enough of it cleared off that it's literally just a little smudge. Don't think it's going to be that big a deal. One of the nice things, we got lucky there because I'm working with such watered down paint right now. But, we're going to have to get creative. So, figure it out.
I've got two kinds of wet in my pants.
Two kinds? Hey, Joe. Mike. Mike with a new kid. Mike who's not getting any sleep. Thank you so much for the post. Alright, so now we got to start putting in the leaf details just a little bit.
Mike said, "What? Partner hype?"
Yeah, right? 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 We don't have any emotes yet. We don't have any of that stuff yet. I had to keep up with you guys and your ability to raid and throw emotes into my channel. I had to have some emotes. That's literally the only reason why we did the partner thing. Was to get emotes. I would have never done it. Alright. Okay, so we're good. We just need to figure out all of our leafy stuff, and I'm kind of... I guess we just gotta go for it, right? We got a leaf here. Yep. This is the stuff that I would not want to do in pencil, simply because of the fact that you want to use thin paint out on these edges. Right? And you don't want that pencil showing through. And again, this is why we didn't thicken the outer edge of our design.
"13-hour workday. Don't they know you have a new baby?"
And there you go. Now we got some leaves on the outside, and then we just got to recreate that on.
Thanks, Mike.
You out of here?
Hopefully you get some rest tonight.
Thanks, Mike. Hope all's going well. Congrats again. Right here, congrats a million times for me. Probably way more stoked for you than you're stoked for
Maybe he'll be
yourself.
2 years old. He's still congratulating you on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're your own boss, I guess.
Yeah, he owns his own.
Yeah.
Want to darken up a couple of these where the paint was a little thin. Want super thick, but I do want some. A Fred Perry logo. Fred Perry golf shirt.
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay. We'll forget I said it. To the inside now, can you see this? I just want to mimic these that I've got on the outside.
Well, that is a name that I don't think I can tackle.
What's that?
Apocryphal
Apocryphal Perirgia.
Perirgia.
Thank you.
We love the complicated name.
Gives us a challenge, that's for damn sure. That's a good one. Apocryphal, I get. It's the part that happened after it. That was nice. And welcome, by the way.
Perirgia.
This is your first time in the channel. Yeah, I'm real stoked with how this whole commission turned out. These Emperor's Children going in, you're like, you know, purple's cool. It's not a color I paint a lot. See how that goes. And by the end of it, you're like, man, these are so good, I don't want to give them to the client. I don't want to send them to the client.
He says that at least once a day. Mathis,
Should be
I'm
great.
gonna stay on top of this one and make sure he doesn't steal it.
Mathis should be. All right.
Big Rouser got your Fred Perry reference.
What's that?
Big Rouser got your Fred Perry reference.
Oh, did you? There you go. Yeah, Warhammer 30K, sponsored by Fred Perry. Well, it is an English clothing company, so that would make sense. All right, so there's one side done. Now we just need to kind of try to mimic that on this side. Good luck, right? Symmetry for the win. Symmetry for the win. And again, we are concerned with the shape on these. I mean, you notice how on the finials that we're doing, all the filigree and stuff, we do want those shapes on the outline to be exactly what we're going for, because we're going to use this as our basis for our gold, and when we cut our gold in, we're going to leave a little bit of that line of black along the edge of the gold everywhere so that we don't have to pin wash it, because we can't really pin wash this. There's no dimension to it, right? So when you see like the dread that we did and like how we pin washed around the white banners here, it's because there's a dimension there. You can do that. The wash settles in between those edges, right? We don't have any edges on this banner. It's all two-dimensional artwork, right? So we have to be very careful with our shapes and make sure we get them pretty much exactly the way we want them. So if some of these leaf edges aren't as sharp as I need to go back and cut those in correctly, because when I go in with the gold, I don't want to then have to come back in too many places and put black outline around the gold. That's making more work for yourself than usual. Okay, so let's do the same thing here. We got to get our starter leaf. It's just kind of the tip, giving some volume to it. Again, we'll do the outside first.
Yeah, I was a little worried for your safety, Killing Time.
What's that?
Killing Time said, little does Mathis know these models will be raffled off upon completion.
Yeah, right.
And then Mathis says, I will fight you.
I will fight you. Why would you be mad at Killing Time? You just had a suggestion. It'd be my fault. Oh, Mathis, we made a real big mistake today. We held a raffle when you weren't here, and Jen won it, amazingly enough. I don't know how that happened, but that's a thing. Alright, like that. We pretty much got, maybe a little off, might not have them be completely symmetrical height-wise, but I'm happy with that. Looks good. Then we just need to cut in the inside again.
Forge, we've played Malifaux once.
Yeah,
I've
once.
only played it once. Had you ever played? You've never played it before?
No. Nope, we learned together.
Forge was asking if we do any of the gaming, or is it pure hobby? So, kind of a little gaming.
We're going to be doing lots more gaming.
There.
That's the key, right? Is that we want to. It's really just a matter of, right now, it's me getting my lazy ass making terrain. I'm just a stickler for that. I want to be using terrain if we're going to be playing. And I've been doing a lot of work on it, though. So we've got a lot. On the weekends, I do a lot of work. I do a lot of terrain work on the weekends. So hopefully this weekend I'll get enough done to where we can start goofing around again. But we want to be able to stream like some battle report kind of stuff for you guys as well. I think that would be a lot of fun. Right? There we go. And you see that now we got another anchor point, right? So as we go, the skull is what allowed us to get the reef in correctly, right? And then we detailed the reef in. We've got the right separation distances and everything on there. So that's turning out really good. We've got our skull located. All of our finials and filigree around the edges is good. The border is good. So now it's starting to come alive. We're starting to get some real detail work. Now, the next thing that we want to do is the Roman numeral 3, the 3rd Legion numers. Slowly out there twerking. What?
Twerking.
A lot of twerk on the weekend. Oh, I said twerk. My brain didn't even constitute that was a bad thing to say. Now I'm going to have to twerk when we do battle reports. And just have to see that happen. So she starts sweating and needs to leave. She said, "Soon you leave it." This is pure sex.
The one glove, kind of like Michael Jackson. Super cool.
Is Malifaux as cool as it looks, Joe? Yes. Yes. I gotta tell you, right now,
I have no frame of reference, but I think it's really cool.
yeah, she really liked it, and so I think that speaks volumes. Somebody that's never even played a tabletop war game, and I picked Malifaux primarily because of the card flip mechanic and the skirmish level squad size. You know, for somebody like Jen to come in, she likes challenging board games and stuff, but she hadn't really ever done tactical movement and combat scenario type games. And so in order to get that going, I figured, well, if we only have like 4 miniatures, because the 2nd edition starter set comes with 4 miniatures a side. Is that right? 4 or 5? 4. So it comes with 4 guild miniatures and 4 Neverborn miniatures. And it's a great way to start because they have done a fantastic job of the beginner's rules. Here's what your card says on the front. That's all we're going to use right now. And they start with how to move and how to flip cards to hit people. And you just sit there, and the first mission is flip a card until one of you is dead. So you just flip cards. And then they institute, okay, now there's turns. And so you flip cards, and you do this, and you move, and you got your guy, and you move to fight another guy, and they add another miniature in, then they add a 3rd miniature in, and then finally, when they've taught you some more, they add the 4th miniature in. And as they do, they start adding more of the rules on the card. more of the special abilities, more of the card flipping mechanics like the pluses and minuses. It's a great game. It's very in-depth. It is not an easy game to necessarily master, but it's an easy game to get into. So that's why I love it. I'm really a fan of games that are quick to learn, long to master, because they keep you, they get you in there quick, but they hold you in there with the need to learn more about not only your own crew, but other armies and things like that. And Malifaux is right up there with the best of them, in my opinion. I think that's why it's got such a good following. Right? Every day I'd be shuffling. Thank you, Kanarin. Thank you so much. Yeah, we got partnered last week. It's taken a while to get the sub button up there, and we'll have some emotes next week. But thank you, and good to see you, Kanarin. Kanarin's one of the guys from back in the video gaming days. Rapid Face Punching.
I know, I like that name.
That's a great name. And yes, Malifaux is a great game.
And a Paco blah blah blah. Welcome.
What's that?
Last one, that a Paco
Oh.
Valparaigia. Hi.
Oh, Death, that's right, man. Death by Donut references the Malifaux lore, and the backstory is phenomenal. The books, it's like each of the rule books is almost more lore than rules, because they don't really have so many models and rules for those models. So every time they come out with a new edition, there might be like maybe 20 models worth of rules in the book, but the rest of it is all story, and the story's phenomenal. It really is. I find myself just sitting at night reading more. They also have a monthly kind of online magazine, digital publication magazine that has a lot more of the story in it, but it's not, it just adds coherence to it. It's not like you have to. You have to read like the big books to get the understanding, and it's great. The storyline's great. I'm a fan. Okay, so next. Arcade, what's going on?
At the top.
What does this stuff means on top of the screen? Oh, it's a good question. I should take some time to explain it. Right above my head, you'll see the critical mass. The critical mass target is the amount of donations necessary to trigger the giveaway. And then right to the right of that, where it says the mass target is an Infinity Operation Red Veil 2-player box set. If you know about Infinity, we have got a Red Veil. If I can grab it, I'm sitting in the car. We've got a brand new unopened Infinity Red Veil 2-player box set. So this is another great game. If Malifaux is a great game, then Infinity is another really great skirmish level war game, more akin to the Warhammer world, the War Machine world, but with an amazing rule concept in it, which is called AROs, or I call them out of action activations, or out of turn activations, basically. Every player is involved in the game the entire time, and it's fantastic. So anyway, we're giving away the new Red Veil. It just came out. If you had pre-ordered it, you have had an opportunity to get one. If not, it'll be available in the next week or so for regular order for most places. It's got 15 miniatures in it. It's got 7 miniatures for each side, plus the Yan Yan special edition mercenary miniature that we got for the pre-order box. So we're giving this away. The way that it gets given away is that as soon as the critical mass target is hit, this one's $150. Then we start an auction, and everybody gets to bid their slow bucks in the auction. The way that you get slow bucks, that's the channel currency. You can hang out as soon as critical mass targets get hit. We do drawings in the channel that are just free for all, that we give away slow bucks to 2 or 3 random people, and then they can use those in the auction. You can also use them through donations. Every $5 you donate gets you 2 slow bucks, and through channel subscriptions. So now you've got the opportunity to subscribe through Twitch or through GameWisp. Both of them give you the same amount of slow bucks. You get 2 slow bucks for each subscription, plus an additional amount of slow bucks every month that you resub. So it's not like you'll have 1,000,000 slow bucks, but you'll have enough, and that means that somebody could win this Infinity box set for like 1 slow buck. Literally, if there's only like a couple of people in the chat that want it, one bid 1, one bids 2, nobody else bids, you get it for 2 slow bucks. So it goes for what it goes for. So it's a fun, exciting kind of a thing. Sometimes we do raffles for them. Sometimes we'll do auctions. Sometimes we'll do freebie giveaways in chat. So that's what all that stuff is across the top. And then the one on the far right is the current conversion challenge that we've got going. And that guy is right here. Like, this is where every couple of months we do a custom conversion of a model, and the chat decides what we're doing. And this time around, the chat decided they wanted a custom Salamander Centurion for Warhammer 40k, And so we took a Centurion model, we converted him up with heavy flamers instead of the normal weapon set that he's got. The salamanders are all about breathing fire. We built a custom armature, and on that armature we built a cloak that will be the dragon skin cloak that he wears. And so rather than doing it out of plasticard, because it has a lot of cables and stuff going in and out of it and all of that, we did this as a custom sculpt. That this is just the foundation layer for it. I'll be on stream here in the next week or so, going through and showing everybody how to build up the scales on the cloak, and the scales will give it the actual texture. So this is just a real rough one. But we also converted him by tearing apart his leg here. So took his leg and cut it apart at the knee, cut all the armor panels apart, cut the center codpiece armor apart, and built a little what do you call this, waistcloth in here, tabard in here. Cut his ankles, had to redo all the pistons on the legs and cut the pistons down. So there's a pretty good amount of conversion work here just to get his leg to bend, because these guys have a really shitty static pose. They basically look like they're just standing still. We wanted to give him kind of an off balance, you know, somebody's attacking him from the side and he's kind of off balance and pointing, and I'm going to have a little bit of flame, like a pilot light flame coming out of the flamer there. So we'll do some point source lighting on him when we paint him. Should be a really fun one. But that's what the far right is, and there's no time limit on these. I can take as long or as short as I need to complete them. They're just kind of fun ways to show off some cool conversion work. I do full sculpts as well as painting as well. So we got another one. I'm not going to grab it. We've got
That's
a full
popular one though. They all like it.
What's that?
That one that you were just showing.
The salamanders? Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, and as soon as we get done with that conversion, we'll be raffling that off. It'll be a free raffle, I think. It depends on if we paint it. If we paint it, then it'll be a raffle that costs $slow. If we don't, the conversion is just done and unpainted. I'll let you guys vote if you want to paint it or not.
Donate $5 to the cause, and maybe it'll make you feel
Joe
Darkblade,
coming in
thank
strong with a
you.
10. Thank you so much. Driving us closer to giving away that Infinity box set. Thank you, Joe. He already subbed tonight, too. Holy cow, Joe, you're killing it. I know, right,
Yeah.
Synapse?
My pants.
Hey, what's up? And thanks for the host, by the way, Synapse. Right? Right?
Big day over here.
Loincloth, LT. Hey, LT. I didn't notice you in here.
Maury isn't here. Get those donations going for some.
Yeah, I do a lot of, we'll take a break real quick. I'll show off some of the stuff for you guys that might be new to the channel, and give you a feel for the other kind of stuff that I do other than just painting that is in our little wargaming world. I do full armature up sculpts as well. This is one that's a War Machine sculpt. It's a 75mm sculpt that I'm doing. It's all out of Sculpey. So it's in its kind of infancy stages still. The lower torso and chest area is all cured, but I haven't touched it in a month, and I need to get back to work on it. I kind of lost the muse on it for a minute because I got to stop and think about how to cast it. We've had so much interaction with people in the War Machine Wards world that want to be able to get... Arcade, thank you so much for the follow. That want to be able to get their hands on one. I've got a conversation that needs to get started up with Privateer Press in general to see what they would think about us actually casting this once we're done. But we got him. It's Coleman Stryker, if you're familiar with War Machine. So we've got Stryker, his head I've started sculpting and all sorts of stuff. So.
And his butt. You sculpted his butt.
She likes the butt. She likes the push. Yeah. Some of the girls were mad online because we eliminated his bulging package. You know, the whole day when I was adding clay to the crotch area to sculpt it out, everybody was like, "That's a big old package." And then I took a picture of it before it was done, and the girls were all excited. Now they're not quite as excited.
It's still exciting.
It is. Another conversion stuff that we do, I've got a in-process Chaos Defiler.
Defiler?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The real Defiler is a piece of garbage, in my opinion. It's one of the worst models that GW ever did and was an affront to Chaos, so I built my own.
Ah.
So this is a Defiler that I'm doing that is part Inquisitorial Sisters of Battle Penitent Engine thing. So it's got the Penitent Engine driver that I've chaosed up and given him a face hood and a bunch of crap tubes coming out of it and stuff. It's the Penitent Engine arms, a couple of sets of Penitent Engine arms. The old Chaos Hell Cannon, Chaos Dwarf Hell Cannon, or just Hell Cannon, the old metal one. So I've got the metal hell cannon arm, and then of course all the green stuff for all the chaosy effects. It's a Chaos Spawn. It's one of the Forge World Chaos Spawn, resin Chaos Spawn models, just without any legs. His front claws I made kind of hind leg kind of thing. And then the old undead, I think undead dragon tail, the old metal undead dragon tail. So a lot of really cool bits and stuff used here. It's got the for the missile launcher over here. It's got the Auspex thing for tracking it, and it's got arms that I did up here that are basically pulling the spikes out of his back, and are holding onto the spikes, and the spikes are the missiles that go in the missile launcher. So those are the loading arms for the missile launcher. And then, of course, some Reaper autocannons that are just off the old metal Chaos Devastators. So, lots of cool stuff. I got a new base for him, too, a resin base that I'm going to do instead of this one.
Killing Time wants all your stuff.
You want all of it?
Well, you wanted the other guy, you wanted that one.
Yeah, the Soul Grinder is better Viking, but it's still a bad... I mean, the legs on it, and then that big bulky box that just looked like an Imperial Walker. So it's just a horrible model.
Can you still get a Hell Cannon?
No, not unless you find one. I think... Oh, wait. I think, Zathamiel, I think they have a plastic Hell Cannon. I was thinking maybe you meant that model. I don't think you can get that model anymore. I think there's a plastic Hell Cannon in there. Somebody better versed in the actual game mechanics and what's available would have to tell us. It's a fantasy thing, right? What was the question from Oceans? Oh, they were just having this conversation. Cool. Probably gone, yeah, it could be. Alright, back to our graphics. So we've got the wreath done now, and we need to start cutting in the next anchor point. The next anchor point for us, like I said, is the Roman numeral in the background. And we can see, again, we start looking for our actual anchor positions, and we're using now the wreath. Remember, our first anchor was the border, so we cut in the border, and the border gives us the ability to then do all of the detail work on the corner. We knew where to put all that. Once we did that, we cut in the skull, right? The skull becomes an anchor point for the wreath. So we anchored the wreath on the skull, brought it up. Now we're done with that. Now the wreath becomes our anchor point for the Roman numeral. We start looking at where the connections are, and it looks like it's right here underneath, like that second leaf on both sides, you know. And then just above, it looks like just above the height of the skull, right? Because here's the bottom of the Roman numeral, and here's the top of the skull. So just a little bit above the skull, so probably like right there. Yeah, just lightly mark that. Give myself a reference, and then probably right about there on the top. That looks pretty good. We will use that to cut in a couple of lines. Let's set all my pages right up. Stop yapping too much. Thank you guys so much for joining us on a Friday night. A lot of you hanging out with us. Always awesome. Here's your toast. Toast to you guys with a fabulous clear elixir in a pure crystal goblet.
Quite heavy.
Oh, they are quite heavy. They're neat though, right?
Yeah.
I told Jen when I brought them in the house, I said, these are the only things that I wanted from my first marriage. That's what those are.
And I said, how dare you bring something like that into our home?
I know, she threw a fit, and I told her, woman, there's only two things.
We either keep these mugs or I smack you upside the head with one. What? And then we have our own Dateline episode.
What? I'm Lester. Night on Dateline. Wait. Alright, so let's look across here. Somebody earlier said we were cute.
Yeah.
There, look.
You are cute.
I'm not.
You're so cute.
No, I'm not.
You're rough and tumble.
Oh,
Cat tongue flat brushes? Is that a real thing? That's why Donut is asking about
cat tongue flat brushes. Anybody recommend any? What sizes are you looking for? I don't know. That tongue's a shape, right? That's the one that's just got the beveled edges on it.
Oh, good night, Synapse. Thanks for stopping by.
Synapse! Have a great weekend if we don't see you again.
Aw, thanks, Joe. Joe Darkblade said we were a really cute couple.
I'm rough and tumble, not cute. Alright, so we just want to set up our bottom line, and then we'll move up to our top one. Again, if you have problems with things like straight lines, a lot of people don't have the courage or know-how to really want to feel like they want to pull a straight line. So that's fine. You don't have to. You can draw it, use a ruler if you need to, whatever is comfortable for you. So there's our top and our bottom. Now we just need to lock in the sides. And I may cheat this a little bit here and make it thicker to catch that blob that we put on there. I don't really want to, because I want to have more purple showing there, but we might not be able to really. We're going to have to do. We're going to just have to. And say to heck. That's how we're going to fix that. That means that we're going to have to do the same thing here and lose a little bit of that purple. So just box in the Roman numerals. Right? So we basically have a square. I don't know if it's exactly square, but it looks square. So we're going to call it a square, right? Lines up.
CBD, she must really love you if she still married you after that.
What happened?
Before he married his wife, she said, "Are you ever going to ask me to marry you?" And he said, "Yeah, probably. You'd make a good first wife." I love it.
So there's that. That's a good way to break it all in, huh? All right. So now what
she
we
must
need
have
to
a
do.
good sense of humor.
Now what we need to do is thicken these up. The bottom and the top are not as thick as the actual numeral lines, so we just want to kind of pick a height, and we can kind of do it on our own. So I'm just going to.
The music just got very powerful.
What?
The music just got very powerful.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Mass Effect has these big jumps, and like that was like where something important was happening in the game. I've never played the Mass Effect series. Alright. Just block out that bottom line, and we just need to copy that thickness up on the top one. If you're following along at home, show us your progress. Like 50 people post up better banners than mine. This is what I've done.
Yeah, this music is like a roller coaster of emotions.
I don't know if the music is actually being played in like the chronological events that happen in the game, or if they just put it together randomly. I would think it's the entire Mass Effect trilogy, so it's 3 games worth of music. So each game is probably a little different. You know, I don't know if the same musical production team worked on them. You know, but some of the games have music with lyrics that we've heard, and most don't. I think I tried to play one of them, and I just wasn't into it at the time. For whatever reason, my mindset at the time just wasn't about Mass Effect. Okay, like that. Now we have to pick the dimension on the uprights for the Roman numeral. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to pick our center line and pull a line right down the middle of the whole thing. Alright, so one straight line just bisecting our square. And then we're going to look at the thicknesses here. Okay? So if we want to pull, let's say, I want to have a lot of purple showing here, so I think I'm going to make the whole thing probably about each Roman numeral about 5. Right now we're doing the right one, obviously. Don't get scared, this isn't the middle one. Lost my mind. Okay. Match that over on the left. Because the center one is always the most difficult to do, that's why we pull the center line. And now you look at your width here, and you just do half of that width here. You guessed it, the other half here. Preferably with paint on your brush. Makes things easier.
Night, Killing Time.
Get out of here, Killing. Take it easy, man.
Thanks for hanging out with us. See you next week.
Yep. Killing Time is also a streamer here on Twitch. Sure, if you get some time, some time to kill.
If you've got any time to kill, be sure to watch Killing Time painting.
There you go. See? Be marketing for him. Charge for this. Alright, and there we get 3 equally thick Roman numerals. Or Roman numeral uprights. I guess it's just one Roman. Pull these in.
Sounds like a stapler.
The music?
Yeah.
Does sound like some sort of office
Yeah.
supply thing. It may sound weird, but one of the things you'll get used to the more you freehand is that only one side of your line has to be crisp as you're filling stuff in. Does that make sense? So like, I only really need to pull this right side edge and this left side edge. So when I'm pulling the line and straightening it out, I'm only usually straightening out one edge. Does that make sense? Because when you go back and fill it all in, the other side doesn't make any difference. All right. There's our Roman numeral and our wreath, right?
Nice.
So our Roman numeral is basically our last anchor, okay? Now on the drawing, I had the Roman numerals kind of rounded on the inside, but I like them square like that. We'll see. All right, so we're making really good progress. We've got all of the details blocked in, other than the hardest one, okay? And it's hard because it's angular. There really isn't a squaring reference point here on our eagle. We do have location points, right? Remember that the tip of the wing is right up here, even with the tip of this, or the point on this particular part of the filigree. Right? Now we have to start looking at other points that we can reference. Okay, this halfway point here on our Roman numeral cuts right through here. Right? So we could say that this part of the wing is right about at that halfway point. It probably wouldn't kill us if we brought it down. Right? It doesn't change the picture enough to not do that. So you can always alter to fit your dimensions. So now we can go for the halfway point on our Roman numeral as being a good anchor point for that wing. Right? So I like that. We know that the bottom corner here is where the claw is, and that it fills up the width and breadth of the Roman numeral leg, right? So it kind of fits within that dimension, so that's a good anchor point. And we know the wingtip here, the head The beak comes down to the halfway point and is kind of in the middle of this whole thing. So because we're blocking in, we're not going to see a lot of those details, so I'm just going to go for it. All right. Let's set that there so I can see what I'm doing. We're going to wing the wing. Wing it.
Wing it.
I'm just going to wing it. Screw it. I'd like to tell you there's some great way to do this, but it's just be fearless. This is one of those be fearless ones. Okay, so what we do know is that, again, the wing hits at the halfway midsection of the Roman numeral. It hits right in between that center piece. All right? So we can say that right here is where that wing is going to enter into the picture. All right? So I'll put just a little bitty point, almost not recognizable there because I don't want it to be too high. So I can start drawing from my point up here, which is right about here. Right, up by that filigree point that we know. So I got that, and I can pull this wing now down to this other line, or this other point right here.
By the way, Joe Darkblade, I dig your Office Space reference. Very good.
What do you say?
You seen my stapler? The red swing line.
Red swing. Okay. Here we go. That gave us our wing angle that we needed there. Some of this other detailing is not going to be worth really drawing in because none of it really exits the line here. I can bring this down. I don't know if it'll focus and allow you to see what I'm doing at the same time. But we know that the wing comes down to right about there. Then there's a head part. Then there's where his head is. Right about there. So it'll be a little bit of purple corner there. There is right here. See that? Well, blur it out. And then this is all his beak area.
This 40K?
This is 30K. 30K Emperor's Children. Hence why they don't have Slanesh all over them yet. Alright, so I'm going to do this part under his chin that then goes off to his leg. And again, we've got this leg wants to find its way down to this corner. So and I am painting the black lines over the other black because I don't know that you guys on the camera will be able to discern what's going on here, but you can actually, at my end, I can see the beak coming in, crossing over, and that's going to be a good reference point for me as I start laying in the gold. Right? So I am going ahead and drawing this stuff in ever so lightly. Claw. Another claw. Even though it's black on black, you know, you can see it wet right now, and as that dries, it will give me a little bit of detail enough to follow. Right? As it's drying, you're losing touch of it, but here I can actually see it. All right. We got that foot in the right location. Now we got to come and do the hard part. The hard part is this wing, because it doesn't really have a really good reference. What I'm going to do is draw an arc from the just inside the tip here, and why I'm not going to go from the tip of the wing and draw the arc this way is because then I've covered up all of those indentions for the feathers. So I've got to draw my arc inside of that tip, right? And I want the arc to hit halfway through here, right? That's what we figured out right there. I need an arc that starts here and basically just say screw it, and draw it into it. Like that.
What'd you see, Myrtle? Myrtle?
Myrtle. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, what movie did you go
What
to?
movie did you see?
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Friday night movie. Black paint.
The Conjuring 2.
Oh, you know, I actually didn't think the first one was that bad.
Never even thought. Not a surprise.
Yeah, we're not as big into horror flicks, but I didn't think the first one was very bad. Alright, so it hits there, and then it kind of comes across this leg. Has feathers that come off of it, kind of like this. Just kind of going sketchy style here. I think it'll get the right.
This one was much better than the first.
Oh, nice. Alright. I think we got our eagle. I gotta cut in all of the wingtip stuff here now. Kind of using the same exact shape that I did with the wreath feathers, or the wreath leaves, right? Because I just want to make sure I get those tips. That. And all this black. We got to fill all this in, remember, because our gold has to be based on a black base in order for it to look like all the other gold that we've painted on these guys. You may not have that in whatever it is that you're doing. You may just be able to get away with having an outline and not worry about filling in those details. It really just depends on what you're doing, what your color scheme is, and matching it to what you've already done.
People have stars by their name because they are subscribed through Twitch.
I think that's correct. Until we get our emotes approved, you'll just have the star. Once we get the emotes approved, then you'll have the actual channel emote. Like Kenny's got his caricature of himself. Micho's got his letter M graphic. We'll have our own. I don't know what that's going to be yet. It would make sense.
Bella.
It was Bella. It would make sense if it was the snail, but I kind of want the snail to be an emote on its own. Too.
Yeah.
So I gotta figure all that out. That's what I'll be doing this weekend, is making freaking emote graphics, I guess. What do you guys think? In chat, what emotes would you want? I think we only get 3 to start, don't we? And then we gotta have enough followers or subscribers to get the next 3. I think they make you work for it like that. Alright. Now we have the base to work from. I'm gonna hold this.
Steph wants to know what material green stuff will not stick to.
What material will green stuff not stick to?
If I want to lay out a green stuff sheet and do some texture on one side, what material can I put on the other side so when the green stuff cures it won't stick to it?
You want to lay out a green stuff sheet and do texture on one side. What material can you put on the other side so that when the green stuff cures, it won't stick to it? Plastic wrap? No, it will stick to plastic wrap, wax paper, the whole nine. What you want to do is get yourself a flat surface. Something like this. I have an acrylic surface that I use for making molds and stuff. So you have a flat acrylic work surface that's perfectly flat and clean. And then you want to rub, I use olive oil. You want to make sure that you put olive oil over the surface here. And then when you do the green stuff down on that, right, you roll it out and you would drape your green stuff over it with the olive oil on there. Then it won't adhere, okay, to this surface. The olive oil will keep it from adhering. You can use Badger Balm, if you've ever heard of Badger Balm. You can use Those are the only two that I really recommend. Badger balm and olive oil. Just regular in your kitchen olive oil. But just spread olive oil on your surface. You can do it on your cutting mat. You know, like I've got this green cutting mat underneath our work surface here. If you're cutting, mine's all dirty and gross, so I don't use it because it's got texture to it now with paint and all the crap on it. So that's why I keep these acrylic blocks. And they also have like a grid line that is, I think these are 1/2 inch or 2 centimeter blocks, so that you can use it for measuring too. I don't really use it. But the fact that they're just clean, flat acrylic gives you a good surface to work on. Then you just layer it with oil and do your green stuff work on there. And then once it cures, you can just pop it off. It might actually adhere to it a little bit, but you can put your knife under it and it'll pop right off. There you go. Yeah, I wouldn't use Vaseline. Vaseline is almost too oily and will actually leach into the green stuff and change its curing. That's why I use Badger Balm or olive oil. They don't seem to be as bad. And I use them with all sorts of things. Alright, so there you go. Now, look at our banner as compared to what we're looking for.
Hey,
We are there.
somebody likes us.
Fire Farm Dog, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Great name. Alright,
We like the names we can pronounce.
see? So we nailed it. Now all we got to do is make it look like something, right? But you can tell what we're doing here, and we got our dimensioning right. We're inside all the dimensions that we want. You can look from the top to the top of here, and the top, which is actually up here, right, to the top of here, dimensionally speaking. Everything is good with our proportions because of the method that I've shown you to use. Blocking everything in, using anchor points, right, and then building off of each of your anchor points and choosing the right ones at the right stage of your drawing is the key. Okay, so you're going to have to go in, and like we did, the border is the first anchor because it's what limits the art space. So do the border. Then you do the finials and all the details that come off of that border, because then they also shrink down the art space. The actual canvas, so to speak, gets shrunken in because of these pieces in the corner and here. So we did those. These down here we just did because we needed them done. After that, we chose the skull, because the skull is the next anchor point. It gives us the dimension for the laurel wreath to come up off of, and it allowed us to get that. Then the wreath anchored off of that. Then the wreath became the anchor, and we used that to draw our square for the Roman numeral 3 for the 3rd Legion. And then the Roman numeral and the wreath became the anchor point, as well as the border to some extent, because that's how we knew to start our wings up there. I think like Mathis had alluded to before, and that gave us all of this dimension. Now we get to paint. Now the painting part doesn't go in the same sequence, because the painting part is going to be where you choose the depth of your objects, and so you may want to start, like in our case, we probably want to paint the eagle first, right? So that's what we're going to do. And that is going to be just model air gold. And I saw Kenny poking here. What's up?
Hey.
What's up? Jen needs to be an emote?
It's a non-negotiable.
Okay.
There will be one.
All right, so the first 3 emotes are going to be what? The bomb snail,
No.
Jen,
Jen.
and what else? Not my ugly mug. I ain't putting my ugly mug up there.
And Modal, it's the Twitch subscription.
Yeah, Myrtle, because now we are partnered with Twitch, the Twitch subs get the emotes. So if you are currently partnered on GameWisp, you have a decision to make, right? If you really like the emotes and all the things that Twitch gives you, then wait until your game, or you don't have to wait, but I would suggest waiting when you're, stop the auto resub on your GameWisp, and then sub on Twitch instead. Twitch only gives you 1 level of subscription, whereas GameWisp gives you 2, and the 2nd level of GameWisp gives you more slow bucks. But, you know, it's kind of a give or take. For those people that like the emotes, go to Twitch.
The people have spoken. It sounds like Bella is third.
Bella's the 3rd? All right. An iced tea emote. I think the iced tea would be good. But you're the guy that drinks all the iced tea, right? Mine is this nice clear elixir, which, by the way, Kenny, cheers. Cheers to my burgeoning relationship and bromance with the Yo-Dog clan. Oh, the clear elixir is good. The clear elixir of doom is good.
That'd be warm now.
It's still good. So we're just going to be fearless here to start painting. And remember, with the gold, we're leaving a black edge. We want that black edge because that's going to take the place of the pin wash that we can't do because we have no level change. Now I'm gonna create a very thick black edge at the beginning as I'm pulling my lines, and then I will thin that down. I don't want to try to get exactly what I want the first time because it doesn't give me any room for mistakes as I'm defining my shape. Right? So we're gonna go through here.
Clear elixir of doom. So water. At this point, maybe our water is an elixir of doom.
Our water is an elixir of doom. We just found out that according to some national study, we have the worst water for cadmium, whatever it is, Aaron Brockovich.
We have Aaron Brockovich water
We have
all
Aaron-
over the
yeah.
place in Arizona.
We are the worst place, other than Aaron Brockovich's hometown,
Hey, somebody likes us.
for irradiated water in the U.S. So.
I can't read that.
Big 913, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome. Happy Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Force says Chipotle burrito for the emote.
That would be, yeah, yeah. We'd probably need one of those down the line, but not right out of the gates. I want a Philly cheesesteak emote.
Hexavalent chromium. Is that our polluted water?
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
I think it's.
It sounds right.
Cadmium 60 or something like that. It's cadmium.
Oh, is it? It's bad. Whatever it is.
And we're one of the worst places on the planet because of our wonderful infrastructure.
Another reason to get out of Arizona.
Wonderful infrastructure.
Rebel said you could take Kenny's face and make the hair gray and would kind of look like you.
Oh, what? Is that an old joke? Is that ageism?
Hair's not that gray.
We got some ageism happening
It's
here.
the light that makes it look gray.
Now I'm going to go back in and paint inside the wing lines. I'm not going to try to separate out all the wing lines here this way. We're going to go back and add those in with black paint. So any interior details, again, are easier to add in rather than right now trying to figure it all out with the gold. You know, like if I were to pull each gold feather individually right now, that's just a little bit too difficult to assume that you want to do. Halfway point, so this round. Turned 30 this year. You're old,
so
dude.
old.
So old. You're ready for the end, man. Let's start packing now.
Cane.
Start packing now. I don't know why you're here. Being an old
Get you
folks
one of
home.
those little cases for all your different pills, all your different medication, days of the week. Yeah, I think the gray in his beard, the white in his beard probably throws you guys off a little bit. Hair is not.
My beard grayed early.
Yeah.
Not like super early. It was weird. My beard was always red, and then it went from red to white. I never understood that.
Red.
Like very red. I used to dye my hair red in my punk rock days because it would match my beard. Believe it or not.
Huh.
You know, like hair red, not like, you know, Santa Claus red or anything.
I did not freak out when I turned 30. I really liked it. It's a good food.
Yeah, I didn't have a bad time. I had a good time with these.
Yeah, Shogoth, he looks younger when he shaves too. I like the blue.
Yeah, and if you guys, well, you guys weren't around when I did that. I went out as a joke and kind of bought that Just for Men beard stuff and dyed my beard one day before the stream, and I actually really liked it. I was like, wow, that looks good. To have a brown beard,
These are good.
but everybody knows, and so now
Yeah.
the problem
Like,
with it is that
how'd that
you
happen?
can't pull that past anybody. Everybody's like, "What did you go out and get Just for Men?" Ha ha ha! And I'm like, I really like it. Why are you laughing at me?
You gotta go to a crazy color like mine, then people are like, oh, they're distracted by it.
They wanted
don't
to see my
realize.
beard pink, but I don't know.
Make it like a bright blue, and then as it fades, then you go back to the brown. Like, no, I was brown the whole time. You guys are remembering wrong.
Wow, dyeing my beard made it like turn brown again. It's awesome. It's the best idea ever.
Miyako, I think we have all age ranges around here.
You feel so young? You haven't reached that milestone yet? I'm 46. I wish I hadn't reached that milestone. I don't mind my age at all. Never have. Probably never will until I start falling apart.
Well, I'm falling apart, but I still don't. I forget though how old I am.
Both of us have got it good because we literally just act like, you know, we're in our teens or 20s. That's why, like, when we talk about going out, the fun we have going out, and, like, you know, social services getting called on us because we're all joking, and he's like, bad touch, when we're in public. Danger, danger! I think that's what he yelled in Seattle.
Stranger danger.
In the bar, and you said some guy looked over there like he didn't know if he should come.
Oh yeah.
We were in a bar, and like I sit down, like Jen sat down and got us a table, and then I came over with drinks, and she had already sat down, and when I sat down, she was like, stranger danger! And I touched, bad touch.
He is rocking 46. I agree.
I have not minded my 40s, that's for sure.
Death by Donut says, I've been growing my beard out all year. It was a New Year's resolution. Father-in-law was like, when are you going to shave those pubes from your chin? I was like, listen, old man, there are two kinds of people in this world, men with beards and women.
Men with beards and women. I need to remember that one.
What's a LAN party?
A LAN party is where everybody gets together plays computer games on the computers in one house.
Oh.
It's our LAN here is our network.
Uh-huh.
So you just have a bunch of computers and people bring their computers over and tie into your network and play a game. It'd be a lot of fun. All right, so there's our eagle.
Ooh, look at that.
Right. So you see, I've left the black border. I need to tighten it up top here. Now that I got my line hopefully on it.
I can't stop yawning.
Stop yawning.
I don't know why.
Stop yawning because you're making me yawn right in the middle of detail work.
You don't know I'm yawning. You're not yawning.
Alright. Like I said, you can always come in and get closer to the black line, but I don't really try to get it perfect on the first placement of interior color, in this case the gold. But now, that black line gives us that separation from the purple that we need that we're not going to get, right? Because like I said, we can't pin wash that. If we try to pin wash that, the wash will run and it'll just be a pain in the ass. So, now we got our basically the blocking in of the eagle. Noise, noise. It's going to be dirty, dirty gold. Yeah, Jen has to say it though.
Dirty, dirty gold.
See, it's going to be dirty, dirty gold. A friend of yours, Viking, when you were in the early 20s, got a touch of gray and dyed his mustache because he had really light blonde hair, and it was hilarious. It looked like a tiny porn mustache. That's funny.
The porn stash.
My beard started out, it had like silver here, and then it was the dark brown red everywhere else. So I had like this skunk stripe in my beard that everybody thought I bleached on purpose. And then you can kind of still see there's like a little bit of dark right in the middle, and then it just, went to hell. And the biggest problem with it is that if you've ever had a gray hair, if you're old like me, gray hairs don't play like regular hair. Like they go like this.
They go like,
you know, and like you get gray in your mustache, and they all want to grow up your nose all the time. It's the worst, man. It's the worst. You're like, what is the issue? Like, ah! And you think it's like a nose hair, so you go and you like shave your nose hairs or whatever. You
pulling them out.
There's not. It's like this hair in your mustache that every now and then just creeps up in your nose, and you're like, ah, ah. Because gray hairs don't cooperate, man. They're not friendly. Regular hair is pretty good. Gray hairs are like, fuck you! We're here to stay! Alright, so I'm going to start, the next highest level that I want to paint is the wreath. The way that we have to think about this is levels of depth. And the eagle is on top of everything, but then the wreath is actually on top of the Roman numerals, so we want to paint the wreath next. Alright guys, if I keep tilting it in a way that the gold sheen keeps you from seeing it very well, I apologize.
Oh yeah, like those old guys with those crazy bushy eyebrows.
Oh, it's so freaking awesome.
They do, they look like caterpillars. Then they get hair growing out their ears.
Yeah, I don't want that. We had a guy once that it's so bad. Came, and I think he might have applied at Games Workshop for a position that we had open at Games Workshop. And he was an old guy. And but was really interested in what we were doing. He'd never really taken part in the hobby, and we didn't wind up hiring him. But he had these nose hairs, right? Like just everywhere nose hairs, and big gray nose hairs and big bushy eyebrows, like you're talking about. That whole thing going on. And the guys in the shop that saw him when he came in called him Nostradamus.
Nostradamus.
Because he's an old dude. And he had these big gray hair. I mean, like literally, like bushy, like part of his mustache was coming out of his nose. You know, and they called him Nostradamus. And I was like, that is awesome. So now anytime I see anybody that's got that big freaking nose hair mustache thing, like, it's not.
Is that where the power is, Shogoth, in the eyebrows, like Samson? Trim them up, you lose all your power.
See that? Keep it tilted the right direction, Georgia.
Whoa, Viking, a 6 to 7 inch beard. I'd have his wife braid it. Kept getting hot stuff.
67 inch?
6 to 7. 67 inches. Whoa. That's like that guy. What was that guy? At least he didn't have boogers going for a swing.
Oh, I hope not. They weren't around in that much. Even in an interview.
Yeah, if you. Eventually it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think that's
one nasty cold and.
Can you imagine blowing your nose?
Oh.
Is there so much not fun about that whole picture?
Yeah.
There's a feel for like the black that I'm leaving around the edge. I'm trying to keep it consistent width for the black line. That's probably the hardest part at this point, is just making sure that the black is kind of not, you know, real thick in some places on the outline and not in others. You can come back and like down here, I'm probably going to have to touch it up with a little bit of black where that feather that I added in goes. But I mean, overall, it's pretty good. More paint. She cut it like 2 weeks ago. She's like, nope, we're cutting this damn thing. I just had to shave mine. It just gets to a point where it's like, get rid of this thing. It's killing me. Again, I think it's the gray hair. My beard really never bothered me being long when it was darker. Now that it's all gray, it's the gray hair is growing in 50 million directions. I can't handle it. Whined? Yeah. Whined because I can't grow my beard long?
No. I'm sad for you.
Oh. Like, but you're like,
But I'm also like, I don't want it to go away.
I never cut it off. No better than that. But here, we want to push it around the claw.
Another good thing. If a man shaves his beard for a woman, he deserves neither.
Oh, I like that.
Good one. If the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy.
This is true. Right now. Here I've made a little bit of an error because I forgot that the skull is actually on top of the wreath. So we're going to come back and do the skull. I have to do that part of that black line right there on the skull later. Completely spaced and forgot that the skull's on top. On the skull, I'm just basically, I've drawn so many skulls in my life that I'm just doing it. Really a good way to tell you. Skulls are, there's references everywhere for how to do a skull. Go. Skull. And I'll have to come back because, like I said, I was a little stupid and I got the wreath in, so I'll have to cut that black line back in there, but when we do our detail work. Alright. Skull looks good. Thank you, Orc. Your day's treating you well, buddy. Alright, let's this stage, it's still just repetition. And that's really all this is, right? All artwork is just repetition like this. Now it's really starting to pop. Really starting to pop.
Great.
I said this morning to her, I was like, this is really going to make me not want to give him this arm.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, why did I decide to do this banner for him? Because this is going to make... Because this is a total surprise. I don't know if he's good.
Mathis, if you're still here, I got you. I will make sure that you get it.
Just tell her I mailed it. I sent it to him. I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't ever get it. Damn it.
Ferret this! Hey!
Hi. So fair this. That's right. Ferret has lost his weekend. Remember? I asked him what he had planned for the weekend. He lost his weekend.
Right. F this.
F this. Alright. So over here we missed. Love this gold.
Yeah, just you missed the beginning of the freehand banner. For some big guy. Yeah, I don't know who he is.
40k, some big guy is a...
What's that guy's name?
It's a Contemptor Dreadnought.
Contemptor Dreadnought.
Alright. There we've got our depth, we've got our wing cut in. Alright. Got a little too thick. Need to repair that one line where the wreath goes into the skull there, and now we can do the Roman numerals behind it. Give you guys an idea. If anybody's just showing up and has no idea why we're doing this, it goes on this guy. Magnetizes right in there. This. Look at that fly in with the camera. I knew what I was doing. Almost like I knew what I was doing. This is going to be freaking awesome. Custom banner. Made with plasticard and plastic rod and lots of unsundry Warhammer bits from various kits like Blood Angels and Chaos. Whatever I could find. It's gonna be absolutely freaking awesome when it gets done, though. I like it. And that's not being boastful. I love dreads with banners. My Golden Demon Forge World Best of Show was a dread with a big flowy banner on it. So it's just my thing. I don't see dreadnoughts going and marching into battle without big freaking banners on their backs, especially not Contemptors, right? These are the guys.
Where do you get the plastic card?
Where do you get the plastic card?
Yeah, Workers Weekend.
Work, I get mine on Amazon. You're Canadian, so you might be screwed. It's Evergreen, right? Just Google Evergreen scale models, right? and I buy like their sheet styrene, and I get the odds and end bags. It's actually a thing they sell that just has random stuff. It's kind of different every time you get it. So you might get certain thicknesses and not other thicknesses, but it gets a bunch of stuff. Since nothing that I'm doing is like, you know, exact and necessarily needs to be repeatable, I buy the odds and end bags. Situated. And thick. Thank you, Wrench Blender. Appreciate it. You're welcome. You really don't want to face that contemptor, right? He just looks angry, right? But he looks like he's very important now. You know, one thing I didn't realize about the Emperor's Children is that they were, prior to the Horus Heresy, and I guess during the Horus Heresy, they were the only legion that was able to wear the Emperor's Aquila, the Aquila. So the thing that we all take for granted in 40k, because it's on every Space Marine Legion everywhere, only the Emperor's Children could use the Aquila. No other Legion could. Not the Ultramarines, nobody. So I find that interesting because if you look at some of the models now, I think they maybe, I don't know if any of the other 30k models have Aquilas on their chests or not. I think the Imperial Fist ones do, but they shouldn't, because technically the Emperor's Children were the only ones that were allowed to wear it. And I did not know that. Probably not. It's going to be hard for me to move my left hand around. 6 to 12 weeks for plastic from China? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, sheet styrene, if you have, or if you have any areas that might do model trains or railroad stuff, because it's real big in that, and model cars. Like RC cars, sheet styrene is a big material that they use. I don't know if you have stores around you that might do those things. A lot of what we do in this hobby can be found at model train places, so I always try to send
Oh, he was talking about magnets. Someone put a link up to magnets that were from China.
Oh.
Where do you get your magnets?
I pretty much get everything either from distribution or from Amazon. I can get magnets through distribution. We have a distributor account, so we can get a lot of our hobby supplies that way.
Oh, good night, Viking.
Viking!
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Take care, man. Good to see you.
See you
Have a great
next
weekend
week.
if we don't see you again. Internet's not working. That sucks.
Yeah.
Sounds like very important bad guy music, doesn't it? Like the Emperor, the Vader's March, or Emperor's March, or whatever, and the Imperial March stuff. Star Wars.
Like someone should be marching in with a banner.
Cool. Big dreadnought marching in with a banner on his shoulders. I don't know where we find one of those. Again, leaving the black border so that we get that contrast separation to the purple. Sometimes that's the hardest part when you're doing these graphics, is giving yourself that outline. And again, that's why we choose. It didn't have to be black. Depending on the color that you're doing, you might choose a different base color to go with. We could have done it in a very dark purple had we wanted to. But I like the black that's what we've been doing on all the rest of the models. So again, for coherency, we just wanted to keep it similar to what we've done everywhere else, even though it's fabric banner as opposed to metal.
Well, Miyako, we're happy to have you here. Are you in Australia?
Spring break.
Spring break. Watching you stream while I work on my knitting project.
Nice, Miyako. What are you knitting? I'm gonna say first day of spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be in the southern hemisphere then.
See. Really, that's all opposite of us too? Opposite seasons?
So?
Yeah.
So, Pacific Rim.
Really?
Korea.
Yep, Australian knitting socks.
Nice. Knitting socks. Knitting is a skill I do not possess.
I tried.
Did you?
Yeah.
Didn't fly?
Well, I just didn't stick with
Why don't
it.
you donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you feel better.
Why?
Machine, aka Machine, with possibly one of the greatest names ever. A deployed Marine who loves our stream. Sorry, I didn't get to read it all. When does the
it'll
voice come on?
up.
Thank you so much, Machine, aka Machine, with the great name. I will read your message as soon as it pops up and gives me the ability to. On the little screen pop up, I never get enough chance. So let's stay up. Thank
Usually
you.
it comes
Coming in
into
hot.
chat and we can hear what you say. And then the lady with the robot voice does it. Balls, balls, balls,
Balls, balls, balls, balls, balls, balls. That was the funniest one. Listening to that voice read balls, 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 balls.
Oh, and New Zealand as well. Person whose name I always think is pronounced Shrinkage.
Chicago.
Chicago.
New Zealand, nice painting bases. Yeah, what is everybody doing? Didn't really ask.
And another New Zealand. New Zealand for the win.
Hello, Mr. Fuse and Jen. I'm a deployed Marine who loves your stream. Can get logged in at the moment but can hear and see you both. Any chance of hearing this? www.youtube.com/watch?D=J_60W.
I lost track there.
I lost it.
I think I lost track there. I think the question was, is there any chance of us putting things up on YouTube? And that is something that's going to be happening if that was the question there. Machine, aka Machine. That's a great name. I just want to, it's a good name to say. Machine, aka Machine.
Machine. Valor Steel from New Zealand. I know, sometimes it doesn't show up.
It didn't give us the message.
Paco, blah blah blah.
But thank you so much, Machine, as a deployed Marine. If
yeah, that is awesome.
If not being able to hear us is an issue, rest assured we will be doing a lot of these on YouTube, and transferring these videos like this one is one that I probably wouldn't choose to redo just because it's a singular banner. But I will be posting this VOD, hence the reason we don't do normal music selection on these nights. So I'm going to be posting this one over to YouTube in its entirety. So even though it's a long one, you'll be able to hunt through it. I won't do any editing. We're just going to dump them up there for these. That's a decision that I've kind of made that will save some time on getting this info up. It won't be as nifty in the long run as if I were to take the time to edit it, but it gives me the ability to have it up there quickly, and for these things that are on tutorials like this that people can watch. And especially for guys like you, if you're having a hard time with the audio, then you'll be able to do it on your own time and with YouTube, as opposed to like if you're in the middle of night watch or something and trying to have us on at the same time on your satellite phone or something. All right, starting to look good. Starting to look good. What else did I see? Painting Dark Elf witches?
In Australia.
New Zealand's taking over Twitch, Valor.
Apocrypha.
I don't think we got to worry about that, because even though the New Zealanders are pretty tough, there's not a whole lot of them. I love New Zealand. Auckland is one of my favorite places on the planet. Well, not just Auckland. It's just New Zealanders in general. When I used to tour the Pacific Rim and train people, I had a rep in Auckland, New Zealand, and I loved traveling there. He was that whole end, we called it the Rim, and he was the rep for that entire area. So he would travel with me all through Australia, New Zealand. I forget where else we would go. The Philippines, maybe? I don't know if he went up that far. But and I just love the people. Every time I'd go to Auckland, I was like, "Can I stay? Can we find a reason for me to stay? Hire me and give me a job."
Got a couple people who are torn between the Twitch sub and the Wisp sub.
Uh-oh. It's going to be, it really comes down to whether or not you want to do emotes. And I hate that we have, you know, the decision that you got to do. We will have emotes next week. So if you like playing with the Twitch emotes and stuff, then there's that. If you don't care about the Twitch emotes, then the Game Wisp one gives you two sub tiers and passes more of the money along to the channel to help out with prize giveaways and things like that. So it's kind of a, you know, they each have their strengths, but you don't get the recognition on Twitch. I mean, you do on our channel. You get the recognition for the Game Wisp stuff, but you don't get any of the special channel emotes or anything like that. But as soon as I get the bot sub, you'll be able to do the channel emotes by telling the bots.
Which company had the New Zealand rep?
That's when I worked for Lutron. I was in the electronics industry for a ton of years.
Well, thanks, Ryder. Have a good weekend. See you next time.
Ryder, take it easy. Thanks for stopping in, and definitely have a great weekend. If we don't see you before then, I guess we won't because it's the weekend right now.
It's the weekend.
There you go. Alright, let's get in just inside this beak. There's a little bit of Roman numeral. Get too aggressive. Put much paint on and it dried before it even got to the freaking thing.
So good.
I actually got the thing inside his mouth and left the black the way I wanted it. That's a pretty good one. All right.
Except for the little
So there we go. So that's the bulk of the gold that we wanted to, you know, get on there. We still need to do all the border stuff as well. But I think what I'm going to do first is I want to go through and paint in the black over this to get our detailing the way we want it, and then wash this so you guys can get a good feel for that. Because obviously the border trim is just finished work, right? It kind of is what it is. So rather than bore you with that, let's go in and do some of the black detailing to get this stuff more detailed the way it needs to be. And then I'll show you putting the wash on it, and then we'll probably be done for the night. And I'll finish it up over the weekend, and you guys can see finished pictures over on the website, slowfusegaming.com, or on Facebook. By the way, every Wednesday we do Work in Progress Wednesday, Whip Wednesday, Whip It Good. We play Devo at the beginning of the night too, just because. And you get the chance to post up any of the work that you've got going on. And you can always go to the site, slowfusegaming.com, and post up your work any day during the week. And from Wednesday to Wednesday, the person whose post gets the most upvotes gets free channel currency. We do a giveaway of Slowbucks to the person with the most votes each week. So you can go over to the site, just click on the user gallery once you're at slowfusegaming.com, and it has a little ad photo, and you can upload straight from your computer and put your work in progress up there. It has to be approved, so you won't see it immediately. You'll see it when I jump over there and approve them, usually at the end of every stream or the next morning. I go through the website and approve them. Haven't approved yet. But a great way to get your work out there. Another great way to get channel currency through the upvote system. So even if you don't have work in progress, please head over to the website, slowfusegaming.com, and click on the user gallery and just run through the pictures and see what you like. And if you like stuff, upvote it. And because it could be the difference of that person getting some Slowbucks that could use in raffles and things like that. So good stuff. Hey, Dumma, what's going on? Well, thank you, Dumma. Thank you. Yeah, we've been trying to do one that was less. The colors are very basic because of the models that we're doing, but one that gave us enough detailing so that I could kind of teach the process that I use for blocking things in, scaling them in, getting the depth of field that I want on the banner since it's all two-dimensional. And I think we've done a pretty good job. I hope it's helping everybody. If you are the kind of person that maybe shies away from freehand and just diving right in, this kind of gives you the ability to have a little bit less fear and understand how you can use. I mean, I could have been using a ruler and pencil through this whole thing to make it even easier. It's just I've been doing it long enough that I just dive in and say what the heck. But thank you, Dama.
Was the wreath going to be white?
I think the wreath was going to be white, wasn't it? Oh. Now it's gold.
It's gold now.
I might paint back over it with white. I did remember that I was kind of toss up between gold and white.
Hobbitses.
Hobbitses from New Zealand?
You gotta read that. I don't know.
I like to imagine Valor Steel is sitting at the only computer in New Zealand while all the other New Zealanders are watching little kid brothers behind him, and he yells back, "Slowfuse gave you school, so everyone let him in if he comes."
And then Showgod said New Zealand has computers? I thought they had eels, fauna that wants you dead, and hobbitses.
And hobbitses. New Zealand's amazing. Amazing. You know the funniest thing about New Zealand is I was born in Texas. Okay, so yeah, that's the setup. So I was born in Texas, and the first time I went to New Zealand, I landed in Auckland, and you're on the red eye, and I got there like 2:30 in the morning and fell asleep, or couldn't fall asleep because I had been sleeping on the plane for 16 hours or whatever it was. And so when morning came, we went and ate breakfast, and all throughout the day, everywhere I went, the only people that I met that would, they were like, not the only people I met, but the people that I meet, and you're in a restaurant, and the person next to you, you're talking to them. The waitress at the seafood place that we went to in the area of Auckland that we were at was from Houston, Texas. The people I met, I shit you not, I met like 3 or 4 groups of people from Texas and New Zealand. And I was like, how is this possible? I want to meet New Zealanders. What's going on there? And everybody's been saying,
Follow you.
So I think New Zealand is actually a refuge for people that got sick of Texas and moved there. That's what I think. And then there's the ones that pretend to talk funny, but they don't. Alright, so now we got to kind of figure out how we're going to pull all these feather ones. This big one can come in this too.
People said watching you be good at freehand doesn't reduce me.
Doesn't reduce your fear? But I've been showing you how. That's the whole goal. To reduce your fear, to just jump right in. I mean, you've seen me make mistakes, and we just fix them. Really.
Oh, in Minnesota, people from Minnesota. That's accurate. My sister is from Minnesota,
right now,
and
right?
well, no, but she did a year
A
study
stint in New
abroad. Study abroad in New Zealand for a year. Yeah.
But is that true? Do you find a lot of people from Texas, or was I met the only 3 that were there? Because they all worked there. Like they were on maybe student deals or something. I don't know. I just thought it was funny as hell. Right, I don't want to pull those all the way. I want to do this part here. So it comes from the leg. Here.
This is the point where we sing "Small World" after all.
It's a small world after all. I wish I could give you guys a good pointer on what I'm doing now. I'm winging it. This is where I'm winging it. So you guys have gotten the bulk of the class, and now you're just watching Slowfuse just kind of, okay. I'm going to hope this works. Because otherwise, it kind of doesn't work. The good part is that what I'm doing now, once you're working on the interior, you can be a little bit more free to just kind of, like I said, wing it, because you can just paint over with your interior color. You're not really screwing up or have the ability to screw up any of your main line work. So, you might have to sketch some stuff out, try it, see if you like it, color it over, go after it again. Just depends on what you're doing. This is pretty, I dread to say this is pretty easy stuff. This is pretty easy stuff because literally it's like one color over another color. I'm not blending anything. I'm not doing like you see Carol's work, where he's like, you know, got freaking, you know, like classic paintings on the shoulders of Titans or anything like that. Or Rudik's been putting some stuff up lately that just puts all of us to shame with regard to fine detail work, you know. And but I can maybe later on when I get a piece that's worthy of it. Not that this one isn't, but you wouldn't have had a picture like you know, the Mona Lisa on a banner for a dreadnought. But if you've seen Carol Rudik's art, he's got like the Titan pauldrons and shin plates that are painted with symbols of chaos. Well, not symbols of chaos, but paintings, literally pictures from the Chaos Codex and the GW books of, like, you know, a corn berserker in a field of battle. And he's got it literally painted on a thing that's this big, and it looks like the picture out of the book. The picture was like in a double spread of a book. And, you know, I can show you how you can do that stuff as well. Although, that's not really that's not an easy one to get into. That's not one where I can say, okay, everybody got it? Good. Tell me what you've done.
Sigmar said a lot of tech scenes in Australia in the film industry.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. Makes perfect sense when you get the explanation. That was probably the people I was meeting, probably just friends and family, or family, wives, and family of those guys. That makes perfect sense. When you look at work that's like super high detail, like Carol's, and it's literally using the same process that I'm showing you tonight, with blocking out your artwork and then just tightening it up and putting color where it needs to go. Obviously, it's just that I'm just putting gold over purple, and he's doing a painting, you know, like flesh tones and things like that at a very microscopic scale. But the way he does it is that he goes in with a like a stencil and draws on the stencil, right, the painting, the outline of the character that he wants and all that, and then cuts out parts of the stencil, puts a stencil on there and airbrushes it so he has the head and the arm and the thighs and, you know, other major parts of the portrait are stenciled on, and those are his anchor points. And from those anchor points that he has, he then fills in the picture the same way we're doing here. We just didn't have a stencil to start from because we created this graphic, you know, in pencil on a piece of paper. So I could have done it and drawn it out on the same stencil paper, right, and Frisket, and you draw it out on Frisket, and then Frisket peels off and sticks on and gives you a stencil. So you could draw all of this out on Frisket and then cut it with an X-Acto knife very finely, and then set the stencil down and then airbrush it to get your anchor points that way if you really wanted to be exact. I don't do that very often because I hate Frisket paper. It's a pain in the ass for me. It never sticks. It sticks to itself. It's like working with cellophane. I have a real problem in the kitchen with cellophane. Food wrap. I don't get along very well. That in. You're about to dive headfirst off a 50-foot cliff into shallow water. Do you need a helmet? Nope, I'm from Texas. Darwinism. That's natural selection. Unfortunately, it never works anymore, you know? Like, we want natural selection to work, and it just doesn't. And by the way, I'm from Texas, and I would wear a helmet if I were doing it. I ain't too proud to say, can I have a helmet? This doesn't sound safe.
Its own unique place.
Alright, so we've got to come in and do the interior feathers here. After this. Okay. So again, I just wing it. Literally winging it on the wing at that point. Winging it on the wing that time. the paint is pretty thin right now, so I'm not going super opaque because I want it to flow like it were on you know, an ink pen almost. So. Of course, it doesn't. Go. Right here. My black line a little too thick.
The Orcus, you guys don't say everything's bigger in Ontario.
Not all bigger. All right, so I literally just went in and using my picture as a reference, right, is all I'm doing now. Is I'm looking at the picture as I'm going in and drawing in the interior details, right? And I didn't get it exactly the way I had it. I pulled in these feathers a little much here, but I like this, where it comes down at more of an angle. I didn't like the way these came out so far, so I did it a little harsher on this one. Now, one thing I'm not liking here is I'm not liking the length of this bottom feather. So I'll show you how you can, I mean, it's super simple. You just erase it. The nice thing about doing it the way we're doing it now is we just take some gold paint and we make that, ta-da, back into I get rid of that long feather on the bottom because I want to bring some more angle in there, and then I just do this. So, and I like this bottom feather shortened up a bit. Makes a lot more sense to me. Looks like right there.
This is Showbox's description of texture.
Is that thing? Is that actually ridicule? It's ridicule!
Oh.
Holy crap! I haven't played tanks in like 2 months. You caught me. But too busy painting stuff like this, man. What do you want me to do? I go watch El Mountain Man play, and I live vicariously through him so that he can yell at people and I don't have to. Right? I'm always thinking it's Ferrithus that plays it, because he plays it in your stead now. What's up, Red? Good to see you. You're up in your neck of the woods, man. You knew that. thought about texting you when we were up there, and I was like, you don't worry.
In Washington. Seattle.
I don't think
So here's Shogoth's description of Texas. Everything's laid out to a T. Church, drive-through liquor store, sex toy shop, chicken food place, Mexican food place, burger joint, gun shop in the same order for each street miles. Also billboards for lawyers to hear DUI every mile or so on the highway.
there is that,
We have that here too, though.
but that's everywhere in America, my friend. That's everywhere in America. Lawyers advertising. Cheap rates for murder convictions.
Oh, we had a great trip to Seattle. It was awesome.
It really was.
We both be okay making that tomorrow.
It was a blast. And the museum that you recommended was a lot of fun. He
The EMP?
yeah, he had told us go there, and you had already
It was
picked it
awesome.
out. Yeah. As soon as he told me that, and I went to tell you, you had already been like, oh yeah, already on our
Yep,
list.
we're doing that.
He was like, she's on top of something.
I've been wanting to go there every time. Like every time I've been to Seattle, I wanted to go there just to find myself. Very excited to get there this time. Good stuff. I liked the Nirvana room. They had big pictures of Dave Grohl. He usually gets a reaction. He's very into this painting right now.
That's what I hate, Dave Grohl. Doesn't get all of your attention. I get none.
None ever. No.
I'm glad I didn't know you when I lived in New York. The guy was my neighbor.
No, it would have been all for him. But I know. Yeah, you're really nice. You found your neighbor? Oh.
Bastard.
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 Let's go to your house.
See how wicked she is? See how nice she seems most of the time? And then now she's like all wicked. Like, come on. Really? She's all nice. She's not nice at all.
Yeah, we missed Spiders last year. To go. There. Was his leg broken when you saw him? Was he in the big throne?
That was awesome.
That
watching.
looked really cool.
There's one side. I'm just kind of alternating my overlap to give it a weird texture rather than being really repetitive with it, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes that look
Totally
so
different,
good, yeah.
you know? And then when we start shading it with the washes, it'll look even better.
Hey, Star Thunders.
Star Thunder, what's going on,
Welcome.
man?
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks to everybody for hanging out with us on a
Yeah.
Friday.
We always love it when you guys spend Fridays with us.
Friday is always a good time,
Right.
although I am not as talkative as I normally am because of all the detail work that I'm doing. But don't let that fool you. I still love all you guys. Like that weird prison life.
Just got done playing some Gore Chosen?
Gore Chosen, really?
Ah.
How'd you like it? The new Games Workshop game
Oh, okay.
that came out recently that has, I think it's only like, I think everybody gets one model and it's for like 4 players, up to 4 players.
Star Sender said we would love it.
Cool. Might be one we need to try out. Again, low model count.
Mhm.
Win. Some reason. Alright, what do we think? I like you. Now, we gotta figure out if we want to do any detailing on the inside of the Roman numerals. I feel like it needs it. But, God. Yeah, I know what I want to do. This isn't on the drawing, I'm just making it up as I go, but I know what I want to do. I want to have an inset on these.
Fast paced, easy to play. One model can do 4v4.
Nice. But I thought I remembered reading it said it was one model. There's 4 in the box. I want to panel in the Roman numeral legs. Black dries up too fast. Mini zigga zig. What?
Yeah.
Is that song reference?
It sure is. Got that pretty quick.
You wanna boom boom boom?
Tell us
and
what
then
you
zoom,
want, what you
zoom?
really, really want. No, not that one.
Oh, oh,
No, it's the Spice Girls.
oh. That's why I don't know.
It is a weird song. If you want to be my lover, you gotta get with my friend. What
Is that what it says?
mean? Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's definitely one of the best earworms. I don't know if it's the best song ever, but it's a good one that gets stuck in your head forever. I'll probably be singing it the rest of the night. Thanks, Death by Donut.
That. Kind of like an engraved panel inside the numbers, just to give it some more detailing. Otherwise, it's just a big gold blob. I don't think that's what I want.
That's how I interpret it as well. That's how you keep a band together.
What's that?
Death by Donut and I both think that it means that the Spice Girls will only sleep with a guy if he's willing to sleep with all the Spice Girls. The family also that's how you keep a band together.
Pressure. Talk about performance anxiety.
Sister Wives. Yeah, Joe, he does make it look way too easy.
Ha! Sitting here sweating balls.
Not as interesting that way, Ferris.
What's that?
Ferris said that he interpreted it as, you want to be with me, you've got to be friends with my friends.
Oh.
Which is really probably what it means, but that's not as interesting.
We
Not as
obviously-
scandalous.
We obviously are sitting here with much dirtier minds.
That's right.
Alright. Got 3 panels etched in on those Roman numerals, and now I think I want a line to separate the top and the bottom. Oh god. Now we sweat balls.
No, Orc, she's definitely older than 35.
Who's that?
The nice girl. 44? That's a lie. She's lying about her age because she is definitely older than I am.
Who is it?
Very Hollowell. Red-haired, nice girl. Zero. No, I know that you're right in what it means. Not fun. That was fun to talk about.
Alright, one line down here.
Okay. I thought you were wrong a little bit. Wikipedia doesn't lie.
That.
Oh, okay.
How about that? What do we think? What do we think? I like you, like you.
Great.
Now we can wash it. We'll do all the gold on the trim and everything later. Like I said, I don't want to spend a lot of time on stream doing that because I feel like it's fairly repetitious. You guys get the drift on what I'm doing as far as the outline and not having... See, we didn't have to add, other than the interior details, most of the detailing was done for us by painting the black, right? Naked Puzzle Basement. Oh boy. I'm not from Arizona. She's more from Arizona. She's actually from Minnesota, but she's been here long enough to be from Arizona. I've been here for 2 years, and what can I say about Arizona?
Hot.
Nice. Where are you coming from, Naked?
It's conservative.
Can I repaint it in blue? Yes. Let's just do that right now. Let's get the airbrush and just blow right over it. See, the thing is, we've been working very, very, like, butt-puckering the whole time because we already did all the airbrushing on the purple, right? You see how I wanted to keep all that highlighting and everything on the purple done, and you saw me flub that one, right? Because I flubbed the brush and got black all over the purple, but we redeemed ourselves. So, thank you, Fohammer. Great name, by the way. Tyree, this is the Mass Effect trilogy in total. So if you've played Mass Effect, that's how you know this. It's good background music, and on Fridays when we're doing tutorials, we don't try to play our normal playlist stuff because that way the VOD doesn't get muted at all. So, welcome.
I really want to call Naked Puzzle Basement Uncle Touchy.
I love it. Ask Uncle Touchy.
I might just call you Uncle Touchy. Because Naked Puzzle Basement is a lot to say, and it's hard to abbreviate.
All right.
Because otherwise I'd just call you Naked.
So this is too big now for me to put my hand behind to get the focus to work, so we're just going to have to hope the camera plays along. This is what we're working with so far. Imagine that all of the black is also going to be gold, all the black banner border is going to be gold, but really, really looking good, right? I think again, if we swoop the camera down, you guys can get a good feel at ground level here. What we're talking about, right?
Go to where in Arizona is your sister?
Look at that. Just turns it into a totally different model.
Yeah.
The model was already bitching, don't get me wrong. This Contemptor Dreadnought was already awesome. I love painting it. I think Mathis was completely pleased with it. But I don't like Dreadnoughts in the field without banners. They just shouldn't have, especially big relics. You know, when you read the story about Dreadnoughts in Warhammer, even if you don't play the game, the fact is these things are treated like relics. They use them very, very sparingly, and they would be like, you know, the ancients of the army. So they would have be very revered. So on the back, we will also go in and do the border here, right? But I don't want to waste time doing that tonight. But we'll do the border and just have it be gold. There won't be any other detailing on the back other than, you know, just the highlighting that we've already done. So But once it gets a border like this, and it'll have the finial details on it and things like that. So stoked! So stoked! Thank you, Kaluxor. Like it when a plan comes together. Considering I just started this morning. Like I literally, well no, I made the banner last night, believe it or not. And then this morning woke up and said to Jen, I need your hair. She's like, excuse me? Like, no, I really need your hair. I have this banner idea that I got. I want to do this for the stream. Because I told everybody we were going to do some freehanding on the stream, and I was like, what are we going to freehand? I thought about, Rotgrim, thank you so much for the follow. I thought about busting out one of my Night Titans and just assembling enough to get like a leg or just pull the shoulder pads off and just paint those. But then I thought, you know what would be really cool is if we surprised the shit out of Mathis and just added a banner to his freaking. So I drilled a bunch of holes in his model without asking him. This is all commission work, and except for the banner. The banner wasn't part of the commission, but the model was part of the commission. And I just pulled it over here and I said, "Nah, let's ask forgiveness," and just started drilling holes for magnets in him. So there you go. I hope you like it, Mathis. Sorry. Sorry. All right, so let's do some washes on it. And the thing with washes is you're really going to have to treat them like a paint. All the gold on this on our models for the Emperor's Children have been using Reichland Flesh Shade Gloss as the tint for the gold. Now, because we're dealing on 2 dimensions, right? Everything else we've washed before has been, modeled, right? It's got indentions where the wash is going to flow. It's got, areas that are high, areas that are low, and we're able to have the model control some of the surface flow. Now we don't. So now we're going to have to use it like a paint. But we need that same color because we want it to match all the other models, right? Again, we're using a detail brush here. We're just going to start tinting the gold, but we don't want to get it into the black area if we can avoid it. And because it's all 2-dimensional, none of it is going to pool naturally anywhere other than where you put it. So we're going to have to guide the tint where we want it, right? So let's take a look.
Thanks,
right?
Tyree.
Tyree, thank you so much for the follow. All right? Good to have you here. So if you look, we're going to have to create the shadows and the 3-dimensional look by pooling the wash in certain areas. So like under the eye and the cheek where it sinks in, right, will be 1. So we'll leave it like that. The underside of the beak, but I got too much wash loaded on here. Underside of this beak we'll probably want to get. Stipple it down in there. Don't want it on the black or the purple if we can avoid it. And the underside here.
Star Cinders is wondering if it might be better to use normal and not gloss.
I can't find Reichland Flesh Shade Normal anymore around here. You could. We've been using gloss, it doesn't matter. Everything will get dull coated at the end anyway, so I don't really care. But yeah, you could definitely, there's no reason not to. The only reason I'm not is because I can't find it at my local shop where I bought this stuff. So we create the shadows by just where we stipple the most wash. And it'll cling pretty quick, but you want to be loading it up in like the areas on the cheek and stuff. So that'll give us a lot more dimension. Same thing with like under here. And I'm basically just touching the brush to the model as opposed to sweeping it so that you can get it to pool.
Why don't you donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you feel better.
Chicago, thank you so much. Coming in hot with the $10. Thank you, guys. Let's see where we're at. I haven't updated that.
I'm not.
Thank you so much. Good to have you.
be there.
And thank you so much to everybody for hanging out with us on a Friday. Thank you to all the new subs. We just got our sub button from Twitch active today, as a matter of fact, and you guys blew it up. Thank you so much. Hopefully this next week we will have our emotes and all that goody stuff. That up a little bit.
There.
Getting there. Getting close.
There.
Close to giveaway time. Don't know if we'll hit it tonight. Looks like we might do it on Tuesday. Right. There's no rush. For anybody that's new here and doesn't know what we're talking about, if you look up above, it's not a normal donation tracker bar that you might see across the web on Twitch. What we do here is as donations add up, they equal giveaways. And there's constantly a giveaway. Sometimes they're small, $50 things. Sometimes they're bigger. We just gave away our biggest one. It was about $700 retail worth of Games Workshop product that I had built and painted. So it was over $1,000 worth of models. A Raven Wing detachment of a bunch of land speeders, 10 land speeders, 3 dreadnoughts, and 2 scout squads. That got given away just the other day on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. We gave that away, and that was a blast. This is $150. It's Operation Red Veil Infinity. So if you know anything about Infinity, or if you don't know anything about Infinity, you should. It's a fantastic freaking game. I love it. I love the miniatures. The miniatures are amazing, and the gameplay is amazing. It is one of my favorite games right now. So we're giving away Red Veil. It is a 2-player starter box, so it's a great box set to get you involved in the game. It's got 2 factions in it, Hak Islam and Eugene. And if you want to get into Infinity, you can get into a game that has amazing models like this. I'm so excited to paint this guy. The Maghariba Guard for my Hak Islam army. So I've got a base coat on him, and I got some gray down, but I haven't had any time to actually paint my own models here. I love Infinity. Infinity is great. Alright, give it some water. Hey, Lady Brinstar. Hydra emblem that you won. Nice. Click on that. Let's see that. Oh, nice. Somebody sculpted that, Lady Brinstar? Very cool. Thank you, Forrest.
Like an octopus with a skull.
Yeah, it's the G.I. Joe Hydra logo.
Oh.
G.I. Joe. Or no, that's not that. That's not that. That's Hydra, Captain America Hydra. I'm sorry, Marvel Comics Hydra.
Okay.
G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe Hydra as well. What's that guy? That's not that. That's Hydra, Avengers, Captain America, Marvel Comics Hydra, I think. Sorry. Sorry, blasphemy, I know. Cobra is the other guy, sorry. Cobra is G.I. Good God. I lose my nerd card on that one, probably.
Yeah, go ahead and post stuff I don't know.
What I'm doing is I'm basically, by stippling it in there, I can create my shading. You can see like just a line down one side, pull it, line up the other side, so I get some built-in dimension here. Trying to give it sort of a feel of 3 dimensions on the banner. I'll come back with the Nuln and wash in some shade as well, because remember, we basically are just tinting with the flesh shade is the goal, to get it to be a little red. But because it's not going to pool, I got to treat it almost like I'm shading as well. I got to put it in the dark areas and then go back with a lighter brushing of it to the others. Again, I'm just stippling these lines. I'm not drawing them out. I'm just bouncing the brush across the surface to get it to pool in little dots all along there. which is okay if it creates a little bit of a texture, because this is fabric. You can imagine this being golden weave through heavy fabric, so having a little texture on it, never a bad thing. You don't want a ton, obviously, but by stippling, if it gives us a little bit of a ridge or the dot effect, we're okay with that. We're okay with that. Good idea. We're in for. Time is it?
10:21.
10:21. Holy mackerel! Done pretty soon. I'm gonna get food. Where the hell am I gonna get food?
I'm gonna get a grilled cheese sandwich.
Jack in the Box?
Jack in the Box? Grab Jack in the Box.
You guys can see that better without the glare. There you go, kind of tell what we got going on. You can see how I'm getting it to look a little more three-dimensional by wash placement. But I got to be real careful with it because otherwise the wash will go everywhere. It doesn't like flat surfaces. It doesn't like it. Basically, if you get the wash on here, you'll see me pull it kind of towards the darkest area and then just pull away from that pool very lightly to spread the wash out. There we go. I'll have to shade it just to get it in the red tone. Alright. There's the eagle pretty much done with the red. Now we'll go back in with some Nuln. Just going to focus on the eagle for now because it's getting late. You guys have been hanging out for the entire time. I really appreciate it.
We gotta say goodnight to Shogoth and Lady Brinstar. They're both taken off.
Alright guys, thank you so much for
Thank
hanging with us
you.
on Friday. Thanks Shogoth. I know you had people at the house. Kids in the
Yeah.
basement or whatever it was.
No, that was someone else.
Oh, was that somebody else?
Yeah. Here's Death by Donuts. Freehand.
Nice! Nice! Is that the Masons Guild stuff? Death? Nice! I like it. Everybody click on Death by Donuts link. He did some freehand of his Mason's Guild, hammer and chisel.
Guild Ball, Mason's Guild.
Yep, Guild Ball, Mason's Guild. Very nice. All right, so we're gonna go in with some Nuln, and for Nuln I do use the flat, the matte Nuln wash just because I have it. I also have gloss Nuln, but hold on, let's see. And this is where we'll actually be only doing shading, right? So the Nuln is literally just so we can get some shade on this. So we're only going to put it in the areas where we want to darken up that gold. Tell that I've done here, then just this little arch here. I'm just trying to create some depth. I don't want to put too much of this on there, right? But I also don't want to leave, like right here, you can see where I did that. You can catch that. Kind of blocky right there on that edge, so I want to drag that edge down just enough to thin it out. Like, God, Fuse, you're picky. Why do I keep dipping this in water? I'm screwing myself. I'm thinking I'm using paint. That sucks. Don't clean your wash brush every time you use it, Fuse. Not necessary. Okay, we get up here. Do the same thing. Want kind of an arch shape. Bring more legs down. Side. So get in here where everywhere where there's an overlap, right, with the eagle, a little bit inside here.
Chakot Silk Paws slips in and waves politely to you. Hello and salutation. Salutations always reminds me of Charlotte's Web.
Who said salutation?
Charlotte.
Well, hello.
Smart.
And salutation. Alright, so I want to get a little darker here. After the Nuln dries, you can tell where you need to go back. Add another layer. Just follow an arch within an arch, kind of here. Be a little bit of a fade.
Alex Thor is stunned by the perfection of this paint. Pretty impressive.
I'm glad you guys dig it.
And you guys, what you see here is, I mean, it really is not even close to what it actually looks like in real life. So amazing. Yeah, all of them. I mean, like, everything. It's just, they look great
the camera
on the
doesn't
camera,
really do
but
justice.
it
We
doesn't
talk about
do
it. Sometimes
justice.
you see stuff and it looks so great on camera, and then you get it in your hands and you're like, what am I looking at? And then sometimes you get stuff where it's like, holy cow. This army is an example of the latter. This one is like, I wish I could show you guys on camera exactly what it looks like. Mathis is the only one who will know. Mathis and the people that he smacks around at his tournaments and hobby shops that he goes to.
What are you trying to find, Calyx? Ooh, Flip, yeah, The Revenant. That was crazy. Good movie.
Yeah, I like the Revenant a lot. That was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, just shading right across that top line again to give it some dimension, right? We're just trying to add depth. That's all we're doing. I did it again. I keep dipping my brush in the water like it's paint. It totally screws up. Totally screws it up.
Move that away.
I can't. I just need to be not dumb. Would be nice. I've been painting all night with dipping, you know. Every single line I pull, I've had to go and dip because you want to work with very, very thin paints as you're doing this kind of work, and it just doesn't help. Dipping when you have your brush loaded or the wash just screws up the brush's ability to hold the wash well. That. Right, so we're just trying to get now these outer legs, but they have a different depth than the inside. You want to keep that in mind. A little darker in some of these areas. Oh, did it? I caught myself that time. Down here. So, this is the part where, I mean, you guys can hopefully tell enough without the glare that this is the part where the model just starts to jump, right? No matter what you're painting, when you get to this level of the detail, you can start to see things popping out that you're like, this is why we did this. No. Always keep a dry brush around so you can get, if you put too much on, you can dip it in there and grab it off. I went a little heavy there. Okay.
Okay.
So they're hanging out?
Just laying down, facing the wall.
She has to go home tomorrow, doesn't she?
Yeah.
For the next day? When do they get home tomorrow?
Tomorrow night. 9.
You gonna take her with you?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, now we do the wings. See what we're doing? Getting a feel for it? Look at the dimension now. Doesn't it look like that's almost like a sculpted piece because we got shading on it now, so it looks like we've added in depth. It looks like the eagle's on top of the Roman numeral now. And even though you guys are seeing a lot more glare than is really there. You know, there's nice.
Nope.
Alright, now let's go through these. Same concept, it's just repetition, guys. Literally just having the patience to say, okay, I gotta shade 50 million freaking things, but it's gonna look like a champ when I'm done.
Achieving my limit of chair sitting.
Are you?
Yep.
Well, I won't blame you if you gotta go. I just gotta finish a little bit more. I'll feel like I have cheated people and myself on getting this, at least the eagle done. I want to see the eagle done. It's me. It's me being a fanboy of it as much as anything right now. I want to put it on the model once the eagle is looking good. Everybody say bye, Jen.
I'm not getting there yet.
Okay.
2 more minutes. So Darkblade is, has this whole day taken up tomorrow with Freehand.
Gonna give it a shot, buddy?
You're inspiring.
Telling you, man, it's one of the few things that when you get it right, you just like you look at it, you'll stare at it for hours and hours. I guess it's not one of the few things. Everything we do in this hobby, you know, whenever you get a really good run, you know, you get a good unit painted and on the table. That's what I love about it, man.
I love hearing though that people are inspired
Heck yeah.
and want to go out and try the things that.
Tonight we've had a lot of people mention that they're just now getting back into the hobby again. That's the stuff
that's
I
awesome.
love.
I'm going to be spending tomorrow painting.
She is.
My very first.
She's painting her very first miniature tomorrow.
Very
and that's going to be
excited.
awesome. Hopefully, on Tuesday, we'll have some progress to show you of what she paints.
I don't ever get to spend a lot of time on Tuesdays, though, you know.
No, oh, Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday, because we want you here.
Well, I mean, that can be like the end, right? I'll come in and just show it.
We can do that. Nothing wrong with that. Just going in and grabbing the shade area. We're basically following where we put the Reichland flesh shade and not covering it all the way up. I'm being pretty careful to let some of that brownish red show through.
I get Jacket Silk Paws, which I'm sure I'm saying wrong. Says, working on a converted defiler right now. Kind of wanted to ask for help with something, but you're busy. The banner's looking awesome.
No, go ahead and ask. I can talk while I paint. What's your question? Hit me up. Hit me. I showed my defiler conversion earlier. I like defiler conversions because the regular model sucks. And thank you for the kind words. Okay, this area of the laurel as well, because technically the wing covers it right there.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey,
Paradoxin, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. If you're just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you've been here all night, same. Welcome. Thank you.
Yes, we do really, really appreciate all of you starting your weekend with us.
So awesome.
So
I love
much
Fridays.
fun.
I love every day,
Fridays,
but
yeah.
Friday is just that much
Fridays are
better.
good.
You guys rule. Right. What else?
Top model must be Defiler Day. I'm building 2 today and converting them, and someone else in M's channel was too.
Nice.
Alright, so here's the question. Was wondering if you could give me a hand with painting ghostly screaming faces on a model.
Ghostly screaming faces on a model.
I add screaming soul faces on the armor plates of my corn defiler to give it a bit more.
The key with painting ghostly is the translucence, right? You want them to look like they are almost like mirror or reflections on the model. So the biggest problem that most people have when you want to paint that way is that you'll put a color down that is too opaque over the base that you're painting on. And that opaque color makes it look like, you know, it's kind of like we're painting on this banner, right? We're painting opaque. But if you wanted to make this look ghostly, you would start with like lighter colors and darker colors of your base. And then if you wanted them to be kind of like sickly green, but they're on a red corn kind of, you know, armor base, you would still paint them, the basis of them, in that red corn armor color. Does that make sense? So you'd go with your shade color and your highlight color on the base of red. So whatever your mid-tone was, or, you know, whatever, I forget what color you asked. Ghostly on the model, Screaming Soul faces on the armor plates of your corn defiler. Okay, so your corn is probably going to be red on the main armor plates. So you would take, like, say, here, let me grab real quick. I can stand to stop for a second. Let's just say that this is my color combo. It's not going to be, but this is a good range to show you. All right, so let's say that this was my corn color combo, and here was my base color, and here's my shade, and here's my highlight. On the base color of the model, you would not use that, right? But you would use your highlight and your shade to paint the shape of the faces. Okay, and so if you had like ghostly images, you might do some shaded on there, like where a shade would fall, and then highlight, and then you could go in with a tint of like green or yellow or whatever color you wanted to pop them out, and just do some very faint highlighting with that color, so that the rest of it looked like it was actually, reflections. Because if you look at like something that's blue, like a blue metal car, and you walk up to it and you see your reflection in it, your reflection isn't going to be the bright colors that you're wearing. It's going to be subdued a little bit by the color of the car. And that's what you're trying to create. You'll still, like if I walk up, I've got orange on my t-shirt. In the side of a blue painted car that's all nice and clean and shiny, you'll see orange, but you'll also see that blue tinge to it, right? Unless you have really bright light and you get a pure mirror reflection. So what you want to do is use your corn colors to shape them to where they're barely visible on the outside, and then go back with whatever highlight color you really like, yellows, greens, whatever you want them to make them kind of eerie looking, and do that as kind of a, just a faint highlight to give it some texture and depth. So I don't know if that fully answers what you're talking about, but that's the way you got to do it, and that's where most people mess up, is that they go in with an opaque color that's too different from the base color, and it looks funny. It looks like you've just tried to paint, flames on a Hyundai or something. You done? You done? Hi, Soda. This will be Soda's last day. You guys get to see her because she's going back to her mommy. Going back to her mommy tomorrow. She's sad. You've enjoyed having her. Okay. Say bye to Jen. She turned her mic off. Bye to Soda. we put the border down. The next part that was going to help define the drawing area were all of the details, right? These filigree and finials and things like that we put all over it down here. So all of these constrict the art area more because they cut in from the corners. So we had to go ahead and add all that in. Now we haven't painted all that gold. It will be gold just like the centerpiece. But, you know, we had to do that because, again, it constricts our art area where we can actually be putting what we're focused on. And then we had to choose what the next anchor was. And Oakley got it right in chat, I think. The skull, right? The skull had to be the next one here because it gives us the anchor point for the wreath, okay? So we went ahead and then we blocked in the skull, just picked the center line, put it in our height. We measured height off of our drawing so that we could say, okay, the skull comes up X amount of height and width, and then scale it here and get that height and width that we needed. So we've got the skull laid on there, and then we were able to then anchor in our wreath. So once the wreath was painted in, and all of it was done just in black, no gold, so just did and blocked in the wreath with the black. And once the wreath was blocked in, we had our anchor for doing the Roman numerals. Okay, and so that once the Roman numerals were blocked in, we just did the square. We got the determination on the width of the numeral legs. We didn't do any detailing, just black and blocked in. And once that was done, then we went ahead with the eagle, the final detail, and we were able to pinpoint where the feathers started. They started right by this point on this finial up here, or this filigree piece. And then it met halfway across horizontal, halfway vertical, where it crossed and intersected with our anchor. That's what I mean by anchor. You have to have a designated point here. Witchcraft. You have to have a designated point on the artwork that's already there, and it's much easier to have a thing like a Roman numeral square here as opposed to just where it is in relation to the width of the banner, right? So this acts as an anchor, so we can say, okay, I draw a point from here to midway on the horizontal and a point from here to midway on the vertical. And so we did that. We drew those angles and blocked it in, and then we started adding details in. And eventually you get to a point where you just got to be good at looking at a drawing and then creating that drawing. So this is where we're at. You guys can see. We still got to do all of the wash and shading on the wreath. You got to do the gold and the wash and shading across the back or across all of the border, and then of course I got to do the same border on the back. I'll have to cut the border in on the back and then do gold and wash all of that. But I am completely stoked with it so far. It's looking really, really good. And I got to figure out what I'm going to paint on this little shield. I'm going to figure out something small to be up there. Here, apply the camera now. Very good music for this. You can see how the gold that's on there looks exactly like the gold everywhere else. We haven't done the silver highlights on it or anything like that yet, but once we do, it's all just going to start popping exactly the same way. Not only does the banner give a lot of motion to the Dreadnought himself, with the way that I built the banner, but it really just, it brings it all home. Dreadnoughts are supposed to be imposing badasses. There we go. He wasn't imposing enough already. Good, Mathis, you're here to see it. Glad you like it. Yeah, I'm super stoked. Super stoked. Thank you, Blind Aggro. Thank you for the kind words, guys. Yeah, I'm really happy with this model. Not only is the Forge World model just amazing, but I'm a lot happier with purple and white and gold than I thought I was. You know, when I started looking, I was like, it's a good combination, but it's kind of like LA Lakers basketball team. I was like, I don't know, are these guys gonna look like the LA Lakers? But I think all in all, man, we've got a really, really solid looking army. that. All of these guys are going to be fantastic. What's that, dude? Terminators. Of course, the big dudes are by far and away. I don't know though, man. I think that Eidolon gets second place now to the Terminator, or not the Terminator, the Dreadnought. Fortunately, Eidolon was my favorite model until we made this banner. I am super stoked on how all these guys are turning out. So stoked. Yeah, right. They're letting the big guy go first. Super stoked. I am really, really happy with the way this whole army is turning out. It's going to be a shame to see it. Well, not a shame. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to watch it go to Australia. But we've definitely put more effort than I expected into it because of the ability that Mappus gave us to do all this stuff on stream. It lets me go above and beyond a little bit, have fun, use it as tutorials, and really just get you know, a ton of extra detailing done in it that I've just blown away by. I love it. Thank you guys for tuning in with us and watching all this stuff. That's probably the end of this banner that we'll see on the stream. You guys can check out my work over on Facebook, Instagram, and also on slowfusegaming.com. And I will post up a lot of completed pictures of it whenever we get it done. But over the weekend, I will probably, while we got Jen paint her miniature, I'll probably go in and finish out all the detailing on the banner. Because then these guys got to get boxed up and shot out the door. Chaka, a lot of converting. Yeah, I love conversions, man. There's not a lot of conversion work done on these guys. Really none, other than, really, I don't think we did much conversion work. You know, the addition of the banner is the most conversion work that I think we had to do on these. Because they're all Forge World models, right? All of these are the Forge World. But I love conversion work. It's always great to be able to take a model and turn it from what it was intended to be into something completely different, you know, and be able to look back at it and say, wow, that started as a lump of plastic meant to be a tank and we turned it into a walker.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Agent 403, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. So yeah, if you got any extra questions on the night, go ahead and post them now. Otherwise, we are going to start wrapping up and do the end of day thing. Titan bruh, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you guys so much to everybody. I can take my glove off finally. Holy cow, my hand is just look at my hand is like a wrinkled mess of blah. Hate wearing gloves all day. But thank you guys so much for choosing to hang out with us on a Friday night, Saturday morning for most of you now. Coming up on Saturday morning for us too. Damn, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Pretty good. Paradoxon, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this stuff really came out nice. I'm really, really happy with the purples. We just used the Forge World purples on them too. When Mathis ordered the commission up and we brought all the stuff in from Forge World, I just went ahead and got some of the Forge World airbrush paints because it's all the Emperor's Children purple. So we use those. The only thing is that the main highlight color, I guess, was Cacophony purple, and it's not. It's super pink. So we had to do some mixing to make this work. It worked really well for the edge highlights and stuff, just plain right out of the jar, but I had to mix it up custom for the third level highlight that we did. Because Games Workshop generally doesn't use too many stages of highlight in their thought process for painting. They lay a base coat, and then they lay a highlight, and then they do an edge highlight. And so those colors work great for that, but we did a base coat, a first highlight, a second highlight, and in some cases a third highlight, and then an edge highlight. So we needed to custom blend those because they didn't have an interim color there. But it wasn't bad. Wasn't bad at all. And they all turned out really nice. I mean, the purple looks really good at all scales, which was, you know, something that you're always got to be kind of worried about as you're going through it and detailing and airbrushing. My airbrushing is fairly subtle. I think Kenny was explaining it earlier. I kind of go for a more realistic approach, and so I don't have a bunch of big transitions, and so on a smaller detail model, if you're trying to get 3 layers of purple on there, sometimes it's tough because you just don't have the room. But we were able to pull it off. I think with the transitions and the fades look really good on all these guys. So I'm super stoked with the way they're turning out. Oh, show. Could you give me an idea of how to do salt and pepper style hair, namely for a beard? Yeah. For salt and pepper, I always start out with a dark, like chocolatey brown base. I would go in with exactly that, chocolate brown. Where is chocolate brown? Probably hidden it from myself. No, here it is. I would go in with like a chocolate brown base, and then probably a black gray as well, and just work up from there, alternating. You can, because you know, the salt and pepper is really just you know, like the gray mixed in with the brown. But if you start with just brown and try to work it up to both those colors, you're kind of off. So what I would do is maybe use black gray is one of my favorite colors ever. So I use just the Vallejo colors. But if you use black gray and maybe lay down a base of a dark brown or whatever color, you could use like a reddish brown if you're looking for, you know, whatever base brown you're looking for. Chocolate brown is very dark. You could go in with that and then wash it. Just go with a very, very thin, almost, you know, probably 75% water, 25% black gray, and go over all of it. Or you can do Nuln Oil too and go over the brown to get that kind of real dark near black recess as a shade, and then start working it up, alternating between where you want your brown to highlight to, whether you're going to like a bone color or like an ivory with it, and then your grays, and work it in like strand of hair, depending if it's on a beard. You could just kind of use that stippling effect and take the brush and basically just, you know, come in and be poking color onto it, right? So you'd start with a base of brown, wash it down either with a black gray or a black wash, and then start bringing up, alternating, like keep your stippling fairly far apart with your brown to highlight, and then in between those go back in with the blacks and the grays. That's the way I do it. For hair, if it's on a beard, you would stipple. If it's on the head, then you might be able to paint the strands of hair depending on how the scope. But again, the biggest problem is generally trying to do it with one base color. What you're really trying to do is create 2 interlocking base colors. One that's black working to gray, and one that's brown working to whatever highlight color you want to go with on the brown. You know, up to blondish if you're trying to go blonde, or up to bone if you're just trying to highlight like that. Maybe not bone. You probably want to keep the brown a little darker than that so that the black and gray contrasts. That Lehman Russ model is bitchin'. how many sacrifices did I have to make to get my skills? Oh God, I the only sacrifice I've made is that I've had 46 years gone by doing it. That's it. That's it. That's it. I really like that Lehman Russ model. I think it's bitchin'. I think it's only I think it's available pre-release at the European Warhammer Festival this coming weekend or something like that, is what they announced. I think it's gonna be awesome though. It's a great model. So hopefully somebody wants me to paint it someday. Although I'm getting interested in Space Wolves just because of this non-GW model that I've got to paint. This cyborg miniature, right? This guy, Wolf Lord miniature. It's pretty bitchin'. Seabor. Polish company, I think. Good sculpt. Big power armor. Cool dude. He's missing one of his. Neat sculpt, and he's got all the runes and stuff on him. So I'm going to paint him up like a Space Wolf, and Space Wolf colors, like pre-heresy kind of Space Wolf colors, and see how I like it. But that might lead me down a hole of wanting to paint Space Wolf. A Contemptor Space Wolf Dreadnought would be fun too. Yeah, definitely. Shotgun, definitely. Well, anyway, guys, we're winding down here. I'm going to be headed out. I gotta go stuff some food down my pie hole so that I can live to see another day. And then tomorrow I'll teach Jen how to paint. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I hope we have some really good stuff. I know we will. She's gonna do great. And Wednesday or Tuesday night, depending on if she joins us. On Tuesdays, Jen's not usually part of the stream because we cut off and hand off to Kenny, Next Level Painting. So like Friday, Kenny goes first, hands it off to me. That's what you guys have been a part of tonight. For those of you that stuck it out the whole time, freaking rock on. Tuesday, we do the opposite. Kenny's back on Tuesday, and so am I. That's our next day. We both take the full weekend off. But I go first on Tuesday. I come on at 1 p.m. Pacific, and then I hand it off to him at 5 p.m. Pacific, and he runs up to about 8 o'clock. And Jen doesn't really get to join us much on Tuesday, so depending on if she gets home early enough, we'll show off her model then. We might show it off on Wednesday, but either way, you're going to get to see what Jen paints for her first ever miniature paint, with me at the wheel kind of guiding her and giving her some lessons. If that all turns out good, one of our plans is to have a night, maybe once a month, where we sit her down and have her paint. And maybe you guys get to pick the colors and stuff that she does on the model that she's doing, and I just sit back and coach and talk to you guys in chat. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great. So, Bob's. Later, nerd. Bob's, you've been lurking this whole fucking time. Seriously? Seriously, Bob is ultra alert. So anyway, again, thank you guys so much for hanging with us and spending your Friday night, Saturday morning. It's always awesome to invite you into our internet home, and the fact that you guys stay. I wish next time you'd bring pizza. That'd be cool. But other than not bringing food, you guys are a pleasure to be with. You don't track in too much mud, and generally leave the place kind of like you found it. So we can't ask for anything more. Thank you so much for the support. We just got our Twitch sub button today. Thank you for all of the guys and gals that chose to sub with us. That means a ton. Thank you to all the donations that came in that helped drive the critical mass closer. Looks like by the time we get through to Tuesday, we'll probably close out and give away the Infinity box set. So you won't want to miss that. Make sure you tune in for Tuesday on that deal. And also tune in just because it's Super Tuesday, because you get to see my pretty mug again, and we get to see Kenny's pretty mug again. So everybody have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and we will catch you again on Tuesday. Thanks, guys.